There is other versions. So, open up one of your documents. On share screen. And then share the, or whatever, there you go. Like that, and no, everyone can see that. What is our policy on the match in here? If we're this far apart, can we take them off?
Everybody usually wears them, but then no one can ever hear you.
If when speaking, I guess we'll unmute ourselves. Okay.
That's up to you guys, really. I don't know if there's a really policy.
Okay. We'll see how it goes.
Okay.
Yes. And then this will all be as one. Right. Yep. Okay. Get, done, we're good on everything IT related?
I think just speak up good so the phone picks you up. It picks up very well.
Okay. All right, well, I'm just gonna quickly say something here, just, we're all gonna muddle through this together doing the Zoom in this many cases. And one of our first, agenda items is to elect a new chair and vice chair as our two long-serving members that have stepped down, and just wanted to quickly thank them once again for their long tenure of service to the city of Red Oak. We will greatly miss, them as people, and just also just their wisdom and their knowledge. So again, just wanted to thank them. With that, I put in here, because I didn't see a specific rule, we'll just go with the most senior commissioner. They could kind of just call the meeting to order and start the first item, which is to elect that chair and vice chair position. And I think I put it in the memo, for y'all. Y'all should feel free to discuss this. Also, who wants to be or, has time commitments, that's what co-chair is for, and stuff like that. So with that, I'll turn it over, because I think with your sites, you got tenure.
Right, I believe so. Okay, I'll call the order. It is 7:02, September 8th, and calling order the regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission of the City of Red Oak. We are here at the Red Oak Municipal Center at 200 Lakeview, Red Oak, Texas. Today, we have 4 members present, so we do have a quorum. I'm Phil Sykes. I'm a regular member. Joining us by Zoom, we have Derek Parks, the secretary. We have Lance Brooks, member. We have Leroy Kleist, member, sorry. And we have Willie Franklin, also on Zoom. I believe the first thing we are going to do today is to elect a chair and a vice chair. I guess I will open it with nominations. I would also like to say, hey, I am now retired from my job, and I'm not going to be around much, so I just throwing that out there, but that it might be nice to have someone who will be here, can be here most of the meetings, to be the chair, where you have that continuity. that being said, I guess let's just, see, what the panel, thinks.
Can we make sure that Eric and Willie are unmuted?
I am. I'm unmuted.
I am.
Okay, just want to make sure if y'all need to say anything, we're sure to hear you.
Okay. I guess Lance is is here, right?
Lance is here.
Okay, Lance, and I guess we got Leroy. Leroy's on too.
Yes, Leo is here, present.
What you guys think? You know, I haven't had a chance to talk to any other members about doing the vice chair and chair. I know Willie just got a board, so Lance, what are your thoughts? And I guess Leroy, what do you think?
I congratulate Phil on his retirement. And I was kind of thinking Phil might be the great one to fill in since he's got so much experience.
I agree with that.
But the vice chair basically just fills in for the chair when they're not here, correct?
Correct.
That pretty much.
Yes, that's correct. So, should someone feel like they don't have a lot of time, but still is willing to serve, then yeah, co-chair should just understand that the chair has made it clear, essentially, that person was elected, that, you know, don't know what the percentages are, but, you know, that, to really view it as kind of being a co-chair almost, you know, depending on what happens.
What you think, Lance? What is your thoughts?
I agree. I mean, I don't know many of you very well, but the little that I have gotten to know you, I know that Phil's got some good understanding of how all this works, and I understand the time commitment issue, so I don't want to put that on you, but you know, from the standpoint of you know, being around and being here, I plan on being around as much as I can. I just don't know that I have a ton of knowledge to bring to this to the position, but you know, if y'all want to work with me, I'm willing to you know, commit to what you'd like. So I mean, I'm open. I'm just telling you, I'm not experienced and I don't have the some of the knowledge that probably comes with going through these things.
Okay.
And,
Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
and make sure Derek or Willie have anything else they want to chime in on. Just want to make sure we don't forget for people online.
Okay. I know I've been there for a while. I guess, like you said, it's that commitment at that time. That's what I'm kind of thinking of too. I'm kind of like in Phil's position. I mean, Phil, if you want to do chair, I do vice chair, Phil. How about that?
That's fine. I'll yeah, I mean, if that's the will, I'm fine with doing it. I just need to let y'all know that I'm starting to play and do stuff, and may not always be around.
Okay. I mean, that's
That's
fine.
fair.
I mean, I just step up and fill in for that vice. How about that? I mean, I can do it. If you're not there, I understand.
So just as a scenario, should Derek end up becoming vice chair, since he's currently secretary, then we'll also need to choose a secretary, which is fine, the agenda's set up for that event. And we kind of already keep the meeting minutes, so I don't think you have to feel a tremendous amount of pressure. You can ask Derek how much pressure he felt.
None at all.
Well, I will say this. While I am new to the board, this is my background in community development, urban planning, and I also work in this field. So I have no problem stepping in and doing anything.
Know what, Willie? Might be that vice chair.
I'll take it. I have no issue with that.
Yeah.
Trial by fire. I have no problem with that.
All right, well, can we, I guess if, can we get, let's get a motion on chair and a vote, and then we can have a motion on vice chair and a vote. Does anybody else need to, want to talk before we do that?
No,
No.
I think we're fine.
Can we get a motion on the chair then?
Yeah, make a motion that, we nominate Bill for chair.
Second.
I second that motion.
So we have a motion and a second, and let's just take a vote, and all who agree, say aye.
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 All that disagree? All right. Then, can we get a motion on, someone make a motion for the vice chair?
I make a motion that we make Derek Park vice chair.
I second.
All right, it's been, motioned, and seconded. Can we take a vote? Everyone who's, agrees, say aye.
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 Anybody disagree? Okay, so, with that, we also need to now, make a nomination for, secretary. Yeah.
Secretary is pretty easy. No pressure, just like Brian said, pretty much no pressure.
One of y'all, or
Sure.
Yeah. I nominate Leroy for the secretary position.
Can we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's all vote. Everyone, say aye in agreement.
Aye.
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 Any disagreement? Okay, so, all right, we've elected our officers, and, I guess now we will, move on to our new business. All right. I guess that was item A, so we will, move to item B. I believe staff is going to give us an update.
I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware that the city has selected a consultant for the comprehensive land use plan and park trail system plan. So they selected Friedman Nichols, and we are working out kind of our schedule for the coming year on meetings and all that. So hope to have a kickoff meeting relatively soon. As I'm sure y'all are aware, the Planning and Zoning Commission certainly has a role by state law of reviewing and approving the public hearing, the comprehensive plan. That comes later. So until you get there, hopefully y'all will be participating in this process. There's like hearing committee members. We'll have at least one online survey that I'm aware of. When I've been a consultant, I've always asked the Planning and Zoning Commission to consider themselves ambassadors for the comprehensive land use plan and that effort. I also encourage y'all to reach out to people and make sure that they're aware that we are going to update our comprehensive plan, maybe provide a little education on what does that mean. The general public who may be listening, not know what we're talking about. I didn't know what it was either until I went to planning. But in short, it's a plan for the future of your city. And specifically, we're looking at our comprehensive land use plan and our parks and trails. Our comprehensive plan will include a future land use map, which envisions what the future should develop into. To be clear, this is not a zoning document. This is not a regulatory document. By state law, they tell you to say you can't call it zoning or a regulatory document on a future land use map. So this is aspirational. This is people coming together to say we have a vision we see a path or multiple paths towards achieving that vision. And it just kind of keeps everyone focused for the next 5 to 10 years. Our comp plan is 10 years old. There's a rule of thumb, it's not required by law, but a rule of thumb to do it every 5 years. Certainly, y'all know better than I do how much Red Oak has grown and changed over the past 10 years. So it's a great thing that council has dedicated funds to this effort, because it certainly looks like now would be a good time to kind of just see, does that vision still hold true for us? If it does, great. If it needs to change, fine. Even if it's still the same vision, maybe you've learned a few things in 10 years. Maybe you kind of feel like, that was a great idea 10 years ago, it just didn't work out. And you can revisit all that. That's the great thing. The thing I used to like to tell people, that the great thing about plans is they do change. They're not set in stone. You can plan to work the plan, and change as needed. So, again, it's just our future aspirational document as a community to just keep ourselves focused and to know what we're all trying to work towards together. But if y'all have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But I just kind of want to make sure we're all kind of on the same page. And if not, we can move on because we've got a packed night.
All right. Anybody have any questions on the comprehensive plan for parks and trails? All right, then call item C, and item C is for us to conduct a public hearing, consider a specific use permit to allow for an accessory structure to be generally used as a garage or workshop, and it will be located at 214 Crump Circle in Red Oak, and it's being requested by Jose Dello. And word about public hearings. Typically, what we will do is we'll get briefed, and then we will ask those who are in favor of the item to come and talk, and then anybody who is opposed to the item, they will also have a chance to talk. But then we will close the public hearing part, and we will deliberate, and then we will make a decision about the case. So I'll turn it back over to staff to give us a briefing.
Ask everyone's patience as I get myself acquainted here with Zoom. Don't know if y'all can, I probably can't read it. Here. Well, so the main point here that I wanted to share with y'all for the next 2 cases that we have, because they're similar, they're specific use permits for a garage / workshop. We've had several of these in the past 10, 11 months. And I just wanted to give you all a feel of maybe how we're trending. So you may remember that we had 3 others, Loesch, again, kind of in the order in which they were approved. Loesch was set back 225 feet roughly, at least minimum, from the edge of the road. Not sure what happened to my number there. It should be 250% here. I think that I meant to say 25% here. What I mean by that is we discussed at those times about existing tree lines, fences, the house, because sometimes the accessory structures were partially kind of hidden behind the house. You were kind of looking straight on from the street. And Loesch had wanted to do lay masonry brick. That was his request. And did it all around with the narrow side of the building to the front. So it was still pretty minimal. Again, his wasn't set back as far. It was about 15% obscured, but he had also wanted the masonry brick, narrow side of the street. Cundiff had wanted really metal all around. We agreed on thin brick on the front, since he was about 80% obscured by trees and buildings. But he was only set back 125. The next two items, they're gonna be showing that they're set back more than any of the previous ones, with more being obscured by trees and buildings. But they're also proposing metal only. From what I can tell from having driven by the site, looking at it, I mean, I suppose when some of the trees lose their leaves, I guess they may become a little more visible, that would be true. But they do tend to be partially hidden behind the house, as well as significant amount of trees, and they're set way back. As you can see with Tello, which is our case here, it's set back at least 400 feet from the edge of the road. And he would be actually replacing an older kind of metal shack building. So this is a bit of an upgrade, even though it's metal, still has to meet building code standards. It's just, it'll be more of a PVR, metal running vertically. But anyways, I just wanted to give you all kind of that reminder of what we've done and how the next two cases stack up much better. So this is off Crump Circle, kind of the far east side of town, north of Ovilla. I have had a few calls, but they seem to be mostly concerned just about, is this commercial? I guess when I put in workshop, there was just an assumption there, but at least from when I talk to people, I'm not aware that anyone was ever actually opposed. It was just asking for clarification. Here's a site plan to give you an idea of what we're talking about. So over here would be the detached garage. And so if you look at it, about half of its side would be obscured by the house if you're looking straight on. You can't see it here, but this whole area has a bunch of trees. So that's why I'm saying it's pretty obscured from view and set way back. He's proposing just kind of a simple garage workshop, 2 garage doors, metal siding. I don't know if you can see it well. This is a picture of his house here. We will have some windows. We have some of the colors. Looks like I lost my marker. I set a marker to know which color. Well, I remember the idea of the color was to try to match the color of the house. I think he was going with maybe the almond color, kind of off-white with a darker color for the roof. I think it was late. Oh, here it is. Sorry, it was right in front of me the whole time. Medium bronze on the roof and almond for the side. I don't know how accurately these colors are represented going through Adobe PDF, but it should at least be somewhat. This is a neighbor to the west, I believe, or at least to the left side. And that, I think, is a house actually. So it's got the standing seam metal siding, and I think y'all kind of seen this before when people come in and take pictures in the area, and we just have a mix. So some people, newer or older, have built with the metal siding. Some other people really wanted to make it look almost like a guest house or an extension of their house, where they really match the architecture more closely, but not everyone has. So, it's just mixed. And again, this is his house, and as you can see the arrow, that is pointing to the existing structure of their house. And that part that's extending would go away, and his building wouldn't even extend quite that far over. So probably hard to tell, but I think the trampoline would be hiding the edge of the building. But again, as you know, there are some trees here. And this is what he currently has. It's more just kind of I guess it's not technically a pole shed, but, kind of shed-like. So to go and invest the money for a slab engineered foundation, do a metal structure with metal siding, it's still not cheap. And go back to the site plan here real quick. And it would be a gravel driveway in front of the garage, which, from a planning perspective and looking at the rest of y'all's code, it doesn't seem like that should be issue. In the code, it says that a house at 200 feet setback can be gravel anyways. And he's already got an existing concrete driveway, for the house in its original garage. So, it didn't necessarily seem that concerning. Kind of his accessory garage workshop way out here in the back property of the gravel. And fire department didn't have an issue with it either, so we don't seem to be concerned about a health, life, safety issue. I don't know who would be able to see if it's gravel or concrete anyhow. So I don't know that there's really an aesthetic issue. And certainly water can drain through gravel a whole heck of a lot easier than concrete. Again, from a planning perspective, it seems in this context, that seems like a reasonable act. So with that, I think I've hit all the highlights. Happy to answer any questions. I hope Mr. Tello was able to get online. Got to check and see if he was here or not. I know he wanted to be. I think he had some concerns if he could find a family member to help him deal with Zoom and all that. So he may or may not be online. But, I'll just ask y'all to maybe not hold that against him. We're all kind of, we're all learning.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, we are going to conduct a public hearing. We're going to ask for those who are in favor of this request to speak, and then after they speak, anybody who's opposed to this request will have our opportunity to speak. So at this time, if Mr. Tello is available, he or his representative can feel free to talk to us. Or anybody's who's in favor of this request to speak.
Is that okay, Kelly?
Yeah.
On call.
Hey, Brian, I'm here.
Okay, we hear you.
All right, Mr. Tello, could you tell us a little bit about what your request is?
Okay, I'm sorry, Brian. I have my son here. He's with me just to make sure I understand correctly and not have any misunderstanding. Yeah, like I say, I've been planning to build this garage for a long time ago, and I think it's a time, to do it, because a couple of years in the past, I have very damage on my vehicle, and I decided to build something like that, yes, to get all my equipment, and it's something that we really needed, and I would like to see if I can just build it if it's possible, and like I've been talking to you about it, all my concerns, and yes, I want to see if I can build it, and not have any issues on the future, so like I say, I don't know what else to do, and just hoping you'll agree with me and see if we can get it build it,
All right, thank you for that. Is anybody else on the line that would like to speak for this request? Okay. Anybody who would like to speak against this request?
Excuse me, I have a question. This may be a crazy question. This is my first time being on a city meeting. Can anybody vote in favor or against the request that's on the call?
Well, you could speak for or against the request. The actual vote will be taken by the bank.
So whoever is on the call can vote for or against? Or is it just talking points for or against?
Well, just for clarity, only the Planning and Zoning Commission can have an actual vote. But
Okay.
yes, the general
I got you.
speak in favor or against on any item on the agenda.
Gotcha. Great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate you clarifying.
Okay, if that's all the speakers on this item, we have a motion to close the public hearing.
I motion.
And someone second that for me?
I'll second.
Second.
All right, and vote, if you're for it, closing the public hearing, say aye.
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 Nay? Okay. All right, so, public hearing is closed. We can have discussion, with the commissioners here. I'll tell you, I know that we've had a long history of wanting masonry type structure. We have made an exception occasionally, when things really can't be seen, or when it's set back so far that you can't see it. This case seems to be kind of meeting both of those criteria to me. It's 400 feet away from the street, and it's mostly obscured by a house or by trees. So I don't really have much comments, but I'd be happy to hear from the commissioners what their thoughts.
I agree, especially in light of the neighbor's structure looks awfully similar, so this wouldn't be out of place. Then it would have to be masonry, in my opinion.
I don't oppose to it, considering what's around it, and he's prepared to even go a little bit above and beyond with the distance and having it further back than the other. So I'm not necessarily opposed to it.
Okay. Someone like to make a motion for this request?
I motion to approve agenda item C as written.
Second?
Second.
Then motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? None. All right, Mr. Tello, that was, it was passed, so, staff will be, I'm sure, contacting you, next few days. What the next steps are. All right, on to, agenda item D. It's also a public hearing.
Mr. Bryant? Mr. Bryant?
Specific use permit.
Yes?
Do I gotta stay on the meeting or can we just get out?
Your case was approved, so you don't have to stay on the meeting anymore unless you're just curious.
No,
You're
it's just, this is new for me, so I don't know if I gotta stay or, you know what I'm saying? So,
You do not have to stay on the meeting anymore tonight, but we do have the council hearing next Monday. So you'll want to do this again at council.
on next Monday.
Yeah, but I'll be in touch. I'll follow up with you tomorrow on the process.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jose. Appreciate it.
All right, so, yeah, so we're gonna, call, item D. It's a public hearing, to consider a specific use permit to allow for an accessory structure to be generally used as a garage or workshop to be located at 1225 Pratt Road in Red Oak, and, is being requested by John Morning.
So Okay, so, this case similar, to the others, this one's off Pratt Road. I apologize, I was out of time trying to make the different maps like I usually do, so this one's a bit more of a combo, which may be unfortunately harder to read on that screen. But the red line is this property, 3 acres. And he's also got, some trees. And his building's a little smaller, he's proposing about 1,200 or so square feet, but again, metal. See if I've got, so, and, he had a bit of a procedural oopsie where he had already, poured a garage foundation. So I think that's kind of maybe how we ended up here was, he didn't realize that, for, a garage workshop, was gonna need a specific use permit. So he, already kind of laid out the path, so you've already got a bit of a visual reference of where it would be on the property from that perspective. Let's see here, let's see. He's, like many people you might understand, it costs money, not only to apply, with their nominal fee, but, to pay for the plans, to get something designed for construction, especially if you're on a tight budget. But, what he's, proposed though is that the building would generally be here. And, again, this would be, from the front, I believe it has 250 feet. So the front of this building would be 250 feet from the edge of the road, partially hidden behind the street. The thing would be, so I did get a phone call, someone was a bit concerned about it. Again, they see the workshop order, apparently people's mind is jumping to commercial. So I did get a call, so I just made a note that this would also be about 500 feet from the rear property line. So again, you've got a pretty big property there, about 3 acres. So, but he as well is kind of situated. He's keeping it simple. He's not wanting any windows or any building. Kind of basics for garage storage, needing extra room. And with the one roll-up door on each side and one entry door. And the color on this one is kind of the green and I guess it's supposed to be a gray roof. Something text when they would put together the actual construction plan. Kind of one of those, kind of standard product to build with. But I'll have to meet building code standards. So, we're not seeing any call light changes. There's more of that discretion of, we're over the 650 requirements, so we need to get a use permit. And there's pointing out sometimes we do have the masonry standards, it's taken on a case-by-case basis. So he is proposing only metal. He's not quite as far back from the street as some of the others, Mr. Pello, but he's more than the other three. And I jumped back to my table for reference. So he sets back about 250. Cundiff, who did not want to do any masonry at all, he was half that distance at 25, but he was still pretty well spirited about 80. We asked him to do thin brick, but he had also had a wider orientation. Mr. Morning's proposing the narrow orientation. He's trying to keep it as hidden as possible. That's just kind of the basic comparison there for you. Lost track. So this is, what we got for the site plan. He's 26 feet from the fence line, so he's kind of close to the neighbor there, but, it still meets accessory code requirements. As you can kind of tell, the neighbor doesn't have the structure code or anything. So, not sure what else really to try to draw your attention to. So with that, I'll leave it to, you know, have any questions to ask me now or later.
Brian, one of the photographs looks like it's behind, looks like there's a solid wood fence or gate or something that, is that, I guess, it's actually located behind that wood gate? That one?
This one?
Yeah, so it would actually be right behind that?
Reoriented here.
Or, that's something we could ask now.
Yeah, but if you don't mind, let's ask them if they're on.
Okay. All right, so, we're, gonna conduct our public hearing, and, again, those who are in favor, of this item, please, state your name and address, and let us know, what you'd like to say.
And I think, John, maybe they're listed as Melissa Morning. Sure, we've been able to see.
I have to unmute themselves.
Okay.
Can y'all hear me?
Mr. Moore? Yes.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, we can
Yeah.
hear you.
Okay, the garage is gonna be my workshop because I'm retiring, and it's gonna be my workshop. The garage is gonna be behind that fence, and from the road, my house is mainly covered by trees. You can barely see my house from the road. If you look from road view, my whole front of my house is covered with trees. The garage is gonna be behind that fence, and the building right beside there, that little square, that's right there. That's a storage shed right there. In that picture, that's an old picture. So right there where it's that little square right there in front of the garage, that's like a storage shed right there between those two trees. And then of course the fence is there. And then over here on my neighbor's side. Oh, no, they're looking at what we're looking at, right? Oh, anyways, so you barely can see my house from the road anyways. And that's all gonna be behind the fence, the building itself. And I'm retiring and I've got to build a workshop because I work on classic cars.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else, that would like to speak in favor of this item? Okay, is there anyone who would like to speak, who is opposed to this item? Okay, can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
A motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
All right.
And no one's opposed? All right, so, again, we have one of these situations where, it looks like it may be, the building may be, not really being able to be seen from the street, that well. Maybe a condition that we have is to have that solid, fence gate, to stay in place, just to, I don't know, just to throw it out there as an idea. Even if we had him put some masonry on it, that you probably wouldn't see it because the gate's gonna be blocking it anyway. So, that's just kind of my ideas, but, anybody, please, share your thoughts.
I have a question. Considering things were started without a permit, did he get like a code compliance, gave him maybe a period of time to get this squared away? Was he cited, or do we know the results of that?
No, not at this time. I think, it's more just a situation, if I remember correctly, that, he had called in to building permits to ask some kind of question, and they routed it to me because the person knew, like, well, hey, that sounds bigger than 650. And so when I talked to Mr. Morning, I let him know that, well, we've got this rule about the 650, and honestly, it was actually a little bit later. I had not realized myself, anyways, about the foundation. So we let Mr. Morning know that they'll need to be in touch with their building official about, how you're gonna work with that, because we still need the engineered foundation for our building code, right? So on the zoning code side, we're kind of going more with just what do we see, but as a practical issue, Mr. Morning will need to get with our building official and figure out, is this an acceptable concrete foundation for the garage? How do we prove that? I can't speak for the building official. He hasn't had a chance to review it. My understanding is he's not been contacted yet. This just came up, I think, about 2 weeks ago. I believe in.
I'd like to explain on that the reason why I did what I did. When you all annexed us, we got a thing from the city saying that would allow me to do, and I gave it to Brian, and it says on the paperwork that I was allowed to build this without this SUP, so that's why I have built that. And after I went to get the permit from the city, I had to talk to Brian, and I showed him the thing the city gave me when y'all annexed us, that says I was allowed to do this without an SUP, and that's why that was built like that. That slab is all built on top of underneath that is all asphalt. This under the asphalt is all rock, because I live on rock. If you look next door, there's a quarry right beside me, an old quarry, right next door, and everything is all rock under there. So that it's built on top of asphalt. That slab is. That's why I built it. I was building the slab because the paperwork that the city gave me said I was allowed to do it without an SUP. And then they told Brian, I got hold of Brian, and I explained to Brian, and here we are. This is where we are today. So that's why I did that, because I thought I had from the cities, from grandfather, when they annexed us, because I had the paperwork saying I sent that to Brian too. So that's why the slab was built. Because I didn't think I had to even do this, because it says I was allowed to build a 4-car garage without a SUP, but Brian said that apparently the law has changed since then, because I've been here since 2005. So that's why I built the slab before, but I went to get the permit, and then I got Brian. So here we are. Now here we are today. So I just want you to know, I just do it to be doing it. I thought I had the right to do it. The paperwork I got from the city.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Anybody else have any thoughts? Sure.
I don't have the issue with it. Yeah, behind the fence. Like you said, he's gonna be retired and probably working on a few cars. No issue with me on the building.
All right, can I get a motion, on this item?
I'll make a motion to approve item D.
And
As
I'll
written.
second that.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, and did we want to have the condition that the gate or a solid gate or fence must stay in place?
Yes.
That screens it?
John, yes.
Yes.
Well, if we're gonna do that, I would just advise that we be somewhat specific, staying in place and then what standard is. Such as like, if this fence ever, needs to be replaced or repaired beyond 25%, it's 6-foot solid flat fence and gate, something like that.
Yeah, there's always gonna be a gate there, an 8-foot gate there.
What, can you say that again?
I said there always will be an 8-foot gate there, so it's always gonna be that gate. Like I said, from the road, you barely can see my house at all. So. Oops.
Derek, are you okay with amending that, your motion to say a 8-foot wood, gate would be required?
What is it, 8 feet there now, or is it 6 feet?
It's
It's
7
8
feet
foot
right
now.
now.
It's,
No, it's
it's,
right.
six-
7 feet.
it's 7
7
feet now?
Yeah.
It's-
You can see in the
it's-
picture.
Okay, it's 7 and y'all are, I guess, Phil, you're saying you're looking at being an 8-foot fence? Maybe wrong.
Well, if the existing fence is 7 feet, then let's just say 7-foot minimum.
Right. Yeah, if it's 7 feet now, I mean. Are y'all suggesting it should be an 8-foot fence? I mean, for staff?
No, I think you said 7.
It's 7 feet right now.
Yeah.
But like I said, you barely can even see my house from the road, so. But if you want 8 feet, I can make 8 feet. It's fine with me. I don't have a problem with that. I can change
And
it.
we'll go with the 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say 7.
Yeah, we'll go with the 7. I'm fine
Yeah.
with that. I'm fine.
Thank you.
Lance, you're okay with that? Okay, so it's been motioned and seconded, to approve, item D. Can we have a vote? All those in favor, say aye.
All right,
Aye.
All right.
Any nays? No. All right, item D is approved.
thank you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
All right, item E, is to conduct a public hearing and consider changing the zoning from commercial C1 to a planned development district with commercial C1 uses, including a personal use storage at 103 South Leonard, Red Oak, and it's being requested by John Ray.
Okay, so this is kind of an interesting one. It's, I mean, I know you don't know where it is. But it's near our downtown area, but not in it. It's in definitely an older area. That should probably give you a visual. That's what I got. So this here is kind of a metal shacky structure that was previously used for major auto repair, had lifts in it and stuff. To its north is a residential house that was given an SUP for an accessory structure. To the south of the subject property are 2 mini warehouse storage units, that are real basic metal shack type structures with, I think, gravel floors. I don't think they have a foundation. It does back up to, I believe I think they're listed as apartments, but I think what he's closest to is, I guess it's more like a fourplex or something. And, so just to kind of give you a general feel of what's immediately around them. And again, I mentioned the downtown thing, that point, because, in planning, we have a perspective of an idea of incrementalism. That, you work towards that vision, towards that goal. Sometimes you just kind of work with market realities, what you have, sort of just what is the poker hand you were dealt. You just make the best you can of the hand. And so in this area, it's just been interesting that Mr. Ray's come along and he's proposed a rather interesting use for the site. So what he's wanting is basically what we call personal storage. There's a broad enough term because we didn't exactly want to broadcast too broadly that this would be his personal automobile collection storage. This is not for car restoration with paint and body work and engine rebuilding. This is more akin to, I'll show you a picture in a second, something that looks more like a museum or, if you had a small showroom. So those are kind of the uses that would be allowed, but when I was talking to him, for them as well, I can interpret you in, but for the amount of money you're wanting to spend and buy this property, let's kind of lock it down and not just rely on one staff member's interpretation, which I'm allowed to do with some of y'all done your administrator role. But it's just, for the amount of money, he's looking at putting definitely significant amount of money into the rehabilitation of that building and site. So it just seemed prudent to just bring in your plans and let's get rid of any non-conformities also. Because you could, the current building, there's no room to do landscaping in the front. So we're just kind of trying to work with the applicant, work with kind of the realities of the site, and just make an incremental improvement. And so, again, from a planning perspective, we think it is an incremental improvement. Also, let me real quick show you, just so you know, we're not talking junky cars. These are not cheap. So just wanted to kind of give you that idea. So I'm going to take that down and back to see. As much as I'd like to look at the deer head, but okay. I'm going to talk first about the site a bit. So as I mentioned, I don't know if y'all can see that red line, but there's only a few feet in front of the building for like the front yard. And he's pretty extensively reworking the building enough to, in the shaded area here, that maybe 10% of the floor area is an addition to help kind of just make a bit of an office, kitchen thing. Because, hang out here, maybe bring some friends over and drool over the cars. Also for the entry, you need to add some concrete, pavement, gravel, site, please. Now we're doing concrete and most of it. Okay, so I guess it's all concrete. There would be a fence and gate here. You need to do a knock box. So that's the other thing is, this is kind of, it's not truly commercial in the zoning sense of the word commercial as a use, but it's not residential either. But we do still treat it as a commercial building, because that's what it was. And realistically, if the applicant were to ever say, I'm going to sell and move on, this building and site would be for commercial purposes of some kind. So we're looking at, as staff, we're looking at it, the fire marshal has looked at the site and all that, so it would need a knock box on the front. Now, one thing is, we've talked about before, there's the idea about, needing that masonry wall between the commercial and residential. One thing I did notice, though, when I was reading the code the other month, was, it says actually that trigger is not just because the use change. The trigger actually says when you cause to construct a building, which in my mind implies new construction, not a remodel, not a renovation. I know historically staff, at the staff level, has not had that interpretation. But that's how I read it. But again, I haven't been here that long. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. So again, I didn't want the applicant to go just on my interpretation of that. So again, that's why we're trying to make things clear in the PD. So he's proposing more of a cedar lap, solid wood fence, which, again, given that there's some residential on the north and west sides, would have a more residential feel than the masonry wall would. To the side with the mini warehouse storage, that's not what triggers in the code. It's only when you're next to residential. So, from a planning perspective, my interpretation in particular of the code, I didn't see a reason to push for a masonry wall in this context, in this specific situation. you know, the mileage may vary with other cases, but, the other thing, so scrolling down a bit now, we have no clear idea yet of what a future building site may be. I don't know that the applicant does exactly yet, but I think it's been, we're thinking about the engineering of the site for drainage and just trying to think ahead of it. Just noting that, you know, he might, one day maybe might want to add on to the site and build a building. And again, that could have been caused, that would have been erecting, causing to construct a building, so that could have been a trigger for the masonry wall. So again, with this PD, if we're doing if y'all were to approve the wood fence, then what we're saying is even if you build this building, we're not expecting you to take down your wood fence and not put in a masonry. Not that we're approving a building we can't see either, right? So it's really, it kind of just makes it clear that, we're saying that your 8-foot cedar wood lap stained fence is good. So that's basically what that's telling us in this situation. So here's, one of the west elevation. So this would be looking at it then, from the neighbor, from the garage, from the mini warehouse storage. And so we've got a masonry wainscot, down below with some masonry columns, still a lot of metal siding, but all this metal siding would be new. The current building has old, very old metal siding. And I can never pronounce the word for this, but he has an architectural decoration on top, but cupola, I can't remember. And then from your, got the ultimate oriented. So then this would be from the residential side. The west elevation. Sorry, I'm trying to visualize this. So this would be from Lennar Street. Sorry. Back. So that's the west, so trying to find the east elevation. There. Okay, this is the one I want. Wish you could see more of it before now. So this is from Lennar Street. So if you were walking down Lennar or whatever, this is what you, right now you basically just see metal panels with 2 roll-up doors. So he's tried to dress it up a bit again with wainscot, but also these planters. So trying to make a good faith effort to provide landscaping, trying to achieve something a little more inviting, is to fit in planters on that little bit of front yard that he's got by Lennar. And then on the right side, you can see where there's basically sort of like a porte cochere way in the fence, so you could drive through there. And then this should be the back side. Table, we just try to get a better feel for, and trying to accommodate the landscaping best you could. So what would have been required would have been 3,400 square feet. So yeah, you only really able to provide 70, which is kind of an underestimate in a way. Still got land, but it's just like I said, with basically no front yard, limited side yard, trying to provide He is keeping, the pecan and the hackberry trees. So he intends to keep those, so he's doing what he can to try to keep, trees. From when we talked, he's been willing to compromise and try to work with us to achieve the spirit of our ordinances. Again, we're also trying to recognize some of the challenges. The other thing, is, we'll also have to do a mending plat, after the zoning, just to kind of clean up the property lines, because they're so old. And to just kind of square up the property, he needed to buy some property from a neighbor, so there's, so you can see the survey here, shows a rectangle. If you looked at it on our parcel map, it would look more like a traffic building. But that'll all be cleared up, so it's also kind of nice to get some new surveying work done in the area to let us know how on or off some of the surveys were from 80 years ago. And like I said, the nearest uses that I've found were the, sort of like that is a museum gallery or an office showroom. And I could imagine that in the future, if you were to sell and go somewhere else, who knows, if our downtown becomes vibrant, energetic destination place, I mean, maybe that's a place that becomes a cool little gallery, walk in from place to go eat, it lend itself to that. Or an office showroom, still lends itself to that, easy enough to add windows, somebody wanted to. He's not adding windows, of course, because he's trying not to advertise outside. And as far as kind of compatibility of uses, again, it's kind of a commercial area, but he's not exactly doing a commercial use, so in a way, it's a less intensive use of the property. Hard to say if it's on par with residential or not, but it seems like it certainly, to keep your private car collection on occasion, you, your family, your friends go there and check out your cars or whatever, doesn't sound any more intense than if it was a resident. You're not even there full time. So from kind of that use compatibility perspective, staff isn't really seeing any issue with the use. And then, like I say, with form, it's kind of the incremental approach. I mean, would somebody love to see somebody tear it all down and build something big, fancy, and new? Yeah, sure. Easy than other people. But don't know if the market's there for that. This is who's coming across. Does actually own the property at the time, so they've already bought it. And this is what they propose to do, basically what amounts to personal storage for a private, not cheap, automobile collection, and making some rather significant improvements to the property. That, I know, applicant Mr. Brady is available on the Zoom, and I'll, my friend.
Thank you. All right, so we will now open the public hearing, and all those who would like to speak in favor of this item, please state your name and address, and let us know what you have to say. Ms. Ray, if you're online, you're free to talk to us now.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay. And this is John Ray, and I'm the property owner at 103 South Leonard, or Leonard, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, at Red Oak. And I think Brian did a good job of laying out the plan. And there's some, in your packet there's some pictures of the existing condition of the building and the site, and it shows some of the properties around it. So what I'm proposing would significantly improve the aesthetics of the building. And essentially it is for a personal car collection that I hope to add to over the years. And I want to use the building as a facility to store those cars. I was attracted to the location because of public safety. Red Oak has a great police force and fire department, so I get those benefits of having a facility located inside the city limits. I would preserve the existing structure. We would put a new outside facade on it with a masonry wainscot as shown on the elevations, replacing the existing metal. The interior of the building would be foam insulated. It would have all new plumbing, electrical. It would be fully air conditioned. I'm adding 10 feet to the north side of the building, really to accommodate the plumbing that would be used to add this bathroom and a small kitchenette inside the office space there. It is very, very close to Leonard Street. It sets back only 2 feet from the right of way. Because of that, I proposed these concrete planters that I would use to dress up the exterior of the building. I was planning to put knockout roses in those planters. I've used those in other applications, for example, at my house. They're easy to care for and they do very well in Texas weather. And they're very showy. They have blooms for 6 or 7 or 8 months out of the year. We would have an automatic irrigation system to water those planters. Each of the planters would be highlighted by an overhead light that would shine down on the planter to try to break up the wall space and to add to the aesthetics of the building. I did also add the cupola to also kind of dress up the building because I want it to look good. I want it to look nice. The entryway, the covered entryway there, we lowered it a foot or two. I'm not sure exactly how far on the plans, but it's lowered down a little bit to also add to the aesthetic of the building. And it's in an eclectic location. Brian pointed that out. To the west, there are some fourplexes and then a larger apartment complex kind of to the southwest corner. To the south, there's the older mini storage facility. To the north, there is a residence. And then to the east is currently a vacant lot that's also zone C1. Leonard is if you're familiar with Leonard, it's a very narrow street. There's 60 feet of right of way, but the street itself is probably, 20 or 25 feet. It's very narrow. It doesn't receive a whole lot of traffic. So I think this would be a good use for the property and a good rehab of the property. It will not be any facility where it's open to the public. It will not generate noise or traffic or pollution. And that's kind of an overview. It's, honestly, it's kind of like a large man cave in a way where I will store some cars that I'm working on collecting. I did submit to Brian a picture of one of the cars that I own that would be stored in the facility. It's a 1931 Cadillac Roadster. I don't know if Brian's got the picture of it handy. I'm not technologically proficient enough to show it to you, but perhaps if he or I believe maybe John has it, they could show it to you. But that would be the quality and nature of the cars that I would locate in the facility. And I believe in your packet, we've got a couple of examples generally of how the building would look. I'm proposing a gray masonry material, either brick or stone. It will probably be a thin brick type material because the existing slab does not have a masonry ledge on it, so we would have to use a thin brick material. The main wall paneling would be white with a black roof and black trim. The planter that there's an example of in your materials in your packet is a gray. I would choose the gray color for that. There's also some proposed barn style lights that would be the downlight for the various planters. And that is essentially what the building would look like. We did choose the board on board cedar fence with a cap. There's an example in your packet of what that will look like. I do think, and what I was planning to do, as you know, when you build a wood fence, there's kind of the pretty side where you have the facade, and then you've got the ugly side unless you double side the fence. But what I was planning to do is to make the pretty side, that is the boards, face outward to the neighbors, so that it looks attractive from the outside. So I think that will be an added benefit to the neighboring properties as well. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I guess I need to make a quick comment or a question. It's embarrassing for me. So just right, so I'm seeing in the plans over, you've got elevations for the future building.
Correct.
Okay. I guess from my memory, I guess I didn't know we'd gone as far, I thought we'd only gone as far as the site plan.
Well, I did submit the elevations for the future building. I'm happy to revisit that at the time. If the future building comes to fruition, I'm happy to revisit that though. And it really mimics the appearance of the existing building as rehabbed.
From a zoning perspective, I mean, we never really had much issue with the location on the site. And so basically it's mirroring the aesthetic. So from the zoning perspective and for the general public that's listening, the zoning is kind of just what you see from the outside. It doesn't mean that there's not real considerations that may have to be addressed. Fire code, building code, engineering work, drainage, etc. There's always those practical considerations. So when you get your zoning approved, you're sort of still at risk. Will everything else still work out? You're not submitting construction. You're really kind of just submitting what it's going to look like. Drawing. And of course, talking about you. So I don't object. I apologize. I know he and I talked. I just didn't have it on my list that we had actually gone that far. But we had had some initial conversations. We had talked about the site. So again, if y'all are comfortable letting that kind of be approved again now, that's the other thing we've been through before on this is, what you show is visually is what it visually should look like. And your construction plans and what ends up getting built. So if y'all are, liking where this is all going, if you like the future building, there's no reason to really object to letting that also get approved from a zoning perspective. And because again, if Mr. Ray's plans were to change, you still have to amend the zoning anyway. So it's not like you get a grandfather's right to build whatever you want for a future building. So he's showing something rather specific, and that's what would have to be built. So, but again, he's noted that he's okay with y'all not approving that part, at the time also. So, but saying staff don't really object either. We've had some conversations about it in theory, and zoning's really the aesthetic, not the practical. So if he runs into a practical issue, they have to amend the zoning just because it impacts the visual. So that'll be quite good.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of this item? Is there anyone who would like to speak opposed to this item? All right, not hearing anyone, can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
A motion to close the public hearing.
I second the motion.
And second. All right, so it's been motioned, seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? No? All right. All right, Mr. Ray, thank you for, bringing, this item up, in front of us. I do like that building. I think it's an improvement. I see this building from time to time. I traveled this way a few times, and so, I appreciate you, investing in that part of the neighborhood. And I just wanna make sure I heard what you were saying. This is, for your private use. There wouldn't be public events, this won't be rented out as an event center or anything like that. There won't be any type of party type things going on. It's really just for your, like you said, kind of your man cave, to store your collection and, of really wonderful looking cars.
Correct. That's correct. Yes.
Yeah.
And thank you. Thanks for the compliments. I appreciate that.
All right, anybody else, any of the, site commissioners like to comment?
I have a
thoughts
question
about
for
it?
Brian.
Okay, go ahead.
Brian, with the being changed to a PD, with this office, bathroom area, I mean, I see a fridge, a kitchen, 4 baths. Would that conflict with any zoning as far as being a house within this area? I'm looking
Well-
at page A2.
Yeah, so you're concerned that it would be considered a house?
Correct.
Well, I guess from my perspective of planning, I guess it's not a house, so you say it's a house. I realize y'all live in building code world, and your codes are a little different. Sometimes we planners, building guys, see things a little differently from time to time. But I take your point, but, I mean, again, the uses would be basically those in C1. There would not be a single-family residential or apartment type of that would be allowed in the PD because it's drawing from the commercial one, use list. I mean, someone, I guess, could try, but then they'd be in trouble.
Okay. So that's all I have, other than, is it possible to make it contingent based on not?
Sorry, say again?
Is it possible to add us, moving forward without letting it be rented out as a house or anything like that?
Well, I mean, the C1 uses don't allow for that anyway.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I gotcha. Okay,
We were covered.
okay,
But, I mean, it's good that you pointed out, so for the record, I mean, just as the chair had noted, no renting out for event centers. We're also making it quite clear that we're not expecting to see this used residentially. So I'll certainly make a note of it.
okay. That's all I have.
Anyone else have any comment?
I definitely think it's an upgrade to the building that's there. So personal use, to me, he's going to put some work into the building. So yeah, I totally agree with anything that's going to be a upgrade to that area, pretty much. That's all I have.
All right. Do I have a motion, on item E?
Well, one quick thing to point out, and I forgot to mention, apologies. So on the uses here, we're using the C1 uses, adding this definition of the personal storage with the idea that the site and this limited parking could effectively limit whatever C1 uses you could do. So, again, how many parking spaces there would actually be outside, but certain uses, like you could never really do a restaurant. At least not at full capacity, because you can never have enough parking. It's not on site. So just wanted to, we didn't talk about that, make sure it's clear to understand. C1 uses plus this personal automobile storage collection definition to be used. And we're just basically letting kind of the practical reality of parking site limit those C1 uses. It just couldn't happen because they would never need parking.
anybody's got a comment or, motion?
I motion to approve item E as written.
And I'll second that.
Been motioned and seconded. Can we, all take a vote? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any nays? None? All right. Item E has been approved.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. John.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, on to item F, and that is to, a public hearing. And considering amending the, development plan for the residential portion of Plan Development District 66R2, generally known as Oakmont Park subdivision, being approximately 128 acres in the Edmund Shirley Bay, abstract number A-1013 in Red Oak, and is being requested by Casey Hartgrove.
So, on this one, there's a few text amendments to the PD, and a few changes to the development plan. There's also a related, which is a revised preliminary plat on that. So, on the text amendments, we'll start there. So we're not changing any uses or anything like that. It's more aesthetic. And I shouldn't have said remove masonry requirement for dormers. There have been some staff debate. Should have said clarify. But the way I read PD is that it just says there are things that's excluding from the masonry requirement, doors, windows, and dormers. But some staff have been concerned, exactly, well, does that mean the glass of the dormer window? And do we still do masonry on the, the sides of the dormer? Like where are we taking this? And so, of course, my interpretation was it was meant to include the whole dormer. Because you really have to engineer a foundation to support the full weight of laid masonry brick, which I realize some houses done back in the day, 60, 80, 100 years ago, might have done that, but no one builds that building. So I think I should have said clarification on the masonry requirements for dormers, that we are in fact including the dormer from the masonry requirements, meaning we're not expecting to see any masonry product. Not that we can enforce material anyway, but at the moment, but if they were to change the law, then it wouldn't be a moot point. Then the other thing, a lot of time's been spent on the garage. One of the points was about removing the requirement for a middle pillar. It was brought to staff's attention by the city manager that his understanding was at the time that this PD went through that the garages in general, as well as the middle pillar, apparently were subject of discussion and concern. So certainly wanted to make sure y'all were aware. I don't know how many of y'all may have been present for that discussion 3-4 years ago. So I'll have to rely on y'all to how that is important, or why that is important. Also, the whole language about carriage doors, it sounds like there's been some, I guess, question of, well, do you specifically want a carriage door? Meaning the door that looks like it opens, like that, even though it doesn't. Because basically it looks like the traditional door, but with hinges on the side, so staff also kind of needs either clarification or we amend the code to that point. So in a minute I'll show you a garage door idea where, because we've also gone round and round with Mr. Hargrove on garage doors. And so from my perspective, to try to keep it simple, I'll pull this up quick. So on a website called The Spruce, and I'm Googled garage door types. That's what we do in planning, we Google a lot. So what they were calling the raised panel doors, it's hard to tell in this, but, you know, it kind of looks like basically stamped metal that formed it, where there's a kind of a pushed out panel. It's what my house has, but it's old and cheap, I suppose. So this, my understanding, is what we do not want. My understanding from the PD and from hearing from the city manager was, I mean, the glass is nice, but as far as a raised panel, stamped kind of cheap door, that's not what we're wanting. And Mr. Hargrove had no issue with that either. Now, this is one example they gave is the idea of a traditional door. Staff understands that this would be acceptable, but it's not technically a carriage door because it doesn't look necessarily like it opens in the middle. Then there's this door, which looks like a carriage door because, well, there's hinges and handles, even though it doesn't open in the middle, it looks like it would if you tried. And then, one reason why Mr. Hargrove was asking is because a lot of builders have wanted something a little more contemporary. And I've got some pictures of what he's talking about, but, you know, again, a contemporary door wouldn't be cheap. This one's got a lot of glass in it. And so something to this effect. So again, that's just to kind of give kind of just 4 basic ideas. And at least if we all agree we don't want raised panels, we're already probably covering a lot of ground. And to jump back here. Oops, sorry. Got too many windows open. Somewhere in here, you can share that. It's not sharing?
No, you're just sharing your, direct.
So they can't see this?
Just your directory. Just click that share.
I don't understand what we're doing. What is your screen sharing?
You are.
How should we share?
Yes.
We're good?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, so this is, I believe, one of the buildings and garage door, so it's got kind of the somewhat carriage aesthetic. It would look, that was my understanding also. One of the important topics was the wood look. It's hard to see that any better. And then, of course, this doesn't have a middle pillar. So, I think that on the topic of garages, that I guess one of the issues is, do we still want a middle pillar? Are we okay without a middle pillar? We probably all agree we don't want the raised panel. We want still a wood look door. But, I mean, do we mind if it's a more modern looking door or a carriage door so long as wood? So I think that's kind of one of the topics that when y'all get to your discussion point, that need you to discuss that point. And let's see. And then, another point on the tax change is, there's some language in there about 1750 versus 1800 square foot minimum. And it's a bit cumbersome for staff to, I mean, maybe it doesn't sound like much to y'all, but for staff to try to keep track of, are we gonna end up with this ratio of 1/3 being 1750 or not, allowing 1,800, and this is all over 50 square feet, which is basically the size of a large closet. It's kind of just really kind of extra administrative work that we don't really have bandwidth for. You know, basically ask the applicant, are you fine with 1,800 square feet, just make them all 1,800 here on out. And so he was. So that's, you know, something that I guess I would say in the future, as a planner, if, you know, if we do something like this, it ought to be more than 50 square feet, so we go through this much trouble over. I'm thinking maybe it was a typo, I don't know. And then there are other ways to address it that might be easier for staff. That, or make the burden on the applicant to prove, rather than staff being the one to try to prove. Again, when we have more staff, that's fine, but you know, we don't have a lot of capacity for things that get kind of complicated. Let's see here. And then the roof pitch clarifying the 812, because in the PD as written, there's some stuff that's just not consistent. So it seemed like it sounded like the intent was to be 812. So let y'all feel differently about it. And requiring the landscape plan to be submitted, the development plan. Then there's just some language cleanup, really. Clarification now on the minimum lot depth being 115 to 720 feet. Like Westfall noted, that was basically a change in a layout. There was a lot that needed to be 115, so it's really only impacting one lot at a time. Again, changing to that 1,800 square feet minimum living area, dwelling area, it basically means the area not including the garage. So, still got to build the garage. And so, yeah, the minimum roof pitch in the table down here, it says 712, but in the text up there, it says 812. So staff has said, well, from what we could tell, in other PDs ordinances, it seemed like y'all wanted 812. Your minimum roof pitch. Staff doesn't really have a preference. We're kind of looking at other stuff, thinking, I think that's what y'all wanted. Then on the development plan itself, let's see where on that. So there's, I guess, 2 points wanted to point out. One has to do with the masonry screening wall, transitioning to wood around the sewage pump, and then the other is staff recommended a pedestrian bridge. Get to that here. We'll talk about the fence and sewage pump first. So I don't know if y'all can see that, okay, where this orange line is where the wood fence would be, and the lift station is right here. And so normally you've got the masonry wall, but here they're proposing just to do the wood fence. So from the staff perspective, as I'm understanding it, I'm a done planner, not an engineer, is there are noises and alarm bells and things of that nature. So it might make sense to do a masonry wall, given especially how close it is to houses, to lots 9 and 10. To try to buffer that noise at that lift station. And also this lift station, as I understand it, is serving more than just one development as well. So I mean, this will be a busy lift station. So I just wanted to bring that to y'all's attention. So, I mean, I get the aesthetic of why you might rather see the wood there, but from sort of a nuisance perspective, it seems like it might make sense to have the masonry wall there too. And, somewhere I should have, here. So the pedestrian bridge is connected to soccer field, splash pad. So staff had suggested right here to add a pedestrian bridge to connect these two areas. So it would certainly improve circumnavigation around the site. I also see our directors now on by phone. He may want to chime in at some point if I've missed something that you want me to point out about this. But that's kind of the second issue on the development plan is pedestrian bridge. The applicant, Mr. Hargrove, wasn't real wild about this idea, but it does seem like, at least, from a staff concern, is our kids going to start trying to just trace through there? I mean, I'm sure y'all seen it before. Human beings tend to take the, the path of least resistance, but also the shortest distance between 2 points. So, depending on what this channel looks like, future, I mean, there may be kids tracing there, well, which we have a bridge. So, it seems like generally in this area, you wouldn't want a pedestrian bridge connected to soccer splash pad. So those are kind of the highlighted points on the text changes, as well as development plan changes. Again, this was, PD that had several revisions. This would be another revision. And I'll stop here and see if Ben, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, can everybody hear me? Ben Hartman, city engineer.
Yes.
Okay, so from the bridge perspective, I think it's important to note that we're not necessarily asking for a bridge, but merely a crossing, which would be a lot less expensive than a full bridge. I think what the idea is that, we want to be able to connect pedestrians from what will be, a pretty large parking area over to a highly used splash pad. So if there's already a bunch of people there and there's nowhere to park out in front of it, or in those days where the kids have the soccer tournament and the 6-year-olds playing on the field, but mom wants to take the 3 and 4-year-olds right across to the splash pad to play while the other kids playing the game. And so the intent is to say we just need some kind of connection, a pedestrian connection, and that could be merely as simple like low water crossing where, during a rain event, water just blows over the top of it versus having an actual bridge that we would, want to be designing in such a way that the water flows under it all the time. So I think it's just important to think about this in terms of a connection for pedestrians versus maybe a big expensive bridge that the city would have to own and maintain over time. Obviously, we'd have to own and maintain a crossing, but the idea is merely a connection. And then for the screening wall at the back around the lift station, the lift station it's a big lift station. It takes in this development. It takes in Camden, which is right next door, which has a significant, it's got the multifamily component and the single family. And it's also slated to take other lift stations offline. So it was designed to take, I think the subdivision's called East Ridge, which is on the south side of Ovilla. There's a lift station over there in East Ridge that would be taken offline and gravity down to this one. So it is going to be a high volume lift station. So yes, it has equipment, it has pumps, it has things that make noise. So I think it would be good to have a hard visual buffer in addition to a hard sound barrier buffer and that's why we were recommending the screening wall. That's all I've got.
Okay, thank you, Seth. All right, so,
Nothing else.
okay, great. All right, so, we'll open our public hearing, and anybody who is in favor of this item, please, feel free to, identify yourself and, name and address, and, let us know what you, need to tell us. And, I guess Casey, Mr. Hargrove, if you're on the line, you can start.
Yes, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
This is Casey Hargrove, 236 Stonegate Way here in Red Oak. And when I came to this board well over a year ago, with the First Amendment to what will become Oakmont Park, I can say I definitively upgraded the subdivision in terms of overall benefit to the city by quite a bit. The old zoning had 526 residential lots, no collector street, no park. The amended PD added collector street both north, south, east, and west. It lowered the overall density to 510 lots, and I put in a park worth over $2 million and dedicated it to the city. I said back then that I thought I could step up the builder quality in the subdivision if I had zoning focused on front entry. This type of zoning will maximize the backyard, and it's something the market really wants. And I'm happy to say, instead of taking the sure route, like with the DR Horse or something along those lines, I went out and got two different builders that are known for their quality and convinced them to come down to Red Oak. Neither of these builders have ever been down in this entire part of the Metroplex. Because of these builders' quality and desirability of this location, the prices for these new homes are going up to and over $150 a square foot, and it's helping to lift up the property values all around it. Each builder has its own unique style, and I was able to get them to integrate it throughout the subdivision, given a clear differentiation along the streetscape. In short, I think this will be something that truly stands the test of time because the builders' quality, both inside and outside. We've now calculated the exact drainage for all the lots, and in so doing, the detention pond on the original zoning is now slightly smaller. In fact, we decided to build another detention pond right next to the existing one, and we're going to add a more, part of the trail and loop the new detention pond into the old one. This allowed us to get up to an additional 16 lots, but I didn't want to jam any of these in. And in several lots, extended in the back, as well as adding the second entry feature off of 342 and straightening out some areas on the road. That brings it down to, so this amendment would add 7 additional lots over the original design, but still under the original density number. And I made several additional upgrades at the request of the city to the park over what was originally agreed upon between TNC and council at my own expense. These 7 lots would help pay back a portion of that increase that I incurred. The other thing this amendment does is it takes out the 1/3 garage requirement. And I completely understand the point of that rule as it tries to change the look of the street from house to house. But that is already occurring with these two builders and the different styles they have. The problem with the 1/3 rule is it was arbitrarily chosen with no real research. So in talking with the sales associates out there, about 10 to 15% of the new home buyers will use the columns. The rest of them don't think they'll park their cars in the garage if they have those. So we have a situation where you're forcing about 15% of the new home buyers to put something in they don't want, and in turn, I don't think they'll park their cars in the garage. It'll be in the driveway. And so whatever aesthetic value the column would have had would be wiped out because the cars are parked in front of them. Both builders will continue to offer the columns in all of their plans regardless of this amendment. So if this amendment is approved, I agreed to do a second entry feature also off of 342, screen around the lift station like they were talking about, and on the subdivision side, and do the pedestrian crossing, which will be somewhat costly. And of course, it was not agreed upon on the original plan. But going back to the 1750, what happened on that was originally proposed 1,700 square foot. And the last second council, before they approved it, put in 1,750. All the building plans right now are currently 1,800 square foot, but I promised the builders 1,750 because that was the PD. So I would say, either change it to, or leave it as is, or change it to 1,750 just straight up. None of the homes right now are actually in that range, but that is I go to the builders based off the zoning in the first place. That they came up with a plan that's between those two square footages. They could put that in there. So that's, and in talking about the garage type, I think going back to what it was really me and Barry talking about this initially, the idea behind the carriage was the ones with the windows over it, not so much the hardware. And whether you have them on the top or on the side, that look looks really good, or the wood look, kind of an either or. So I think that was kind of the original idea. I agree that the right panels don't look good, but I don't know that we'd want to get too much farther into it than that. So anyway, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else on the line that would speak in favor of this item? Okay, is there anyone who would be opposed to this item? Okay, can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Was there a second?
Second. Yes. Second.
So, motion to close the public hearing. It's been seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No opposed? Okay. Mr. Hargrove, just a question about, the connection to the splash park. We said it doesn't have to necessarily be a bridge, but it needs to be some type of pathway or low water connection or something like that. Do you have anything you want to tell us about your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, if you approve this amendment, as I kind of presented it, then what I planned on doing was a concrete path. It would look similar to like a residential driveway that goes through a big ditch. It'd have the culvert underneath, and it'd have safety rails, of course, on both sides. It'd probably be 6 foot in width, but something along those lines. I mean, I don't disagree one bit that it's going to be needed. I just would also point out that this, again, is another costly addition I'm putting in on top of what was originally agreed upon. But no, I intend it to be concrete with head walls on both sides and safety rails, and it should be roughly at the same grade it is as you walk up to it. In other words, I don't plan on it dipping down or going up or anything.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. The garage entries, I thought, it's been a little while since we talked about that, or the garages. So I'm trying to remember our discussion at that point. It may have just been centered around having garages facing the street, and we were trying to do something to dress those garages up. And we thought, well, having that center post would kind of break up that large garage door. I guess typically or most of the time, we've been asking for some type of like day entry or something like that. I think that was kind of the compromise at that point. I'm not necessarily opposed to changing that condition, as long as we get something that is, a garage door that is, you know, high quality, good aesthetic, type garage door. But like I said, I think I can go either way on that. Just, got throwing that out there. I noticed that we're also, we were requiring 2 trees in the front yard. We're now only requiring 1 tree in the front yard. Is it just because there's just not enough room there, or, what's the reason behind that?
I think that was in the original one. I think Barry put that in, actually.
Hey, Phil, this is Ben. The original language was kind of screwy. It said 1 tree per 100 square foot, and that's it. So in looking at, okay, I've got a 50-foot wide lot, and then I've got a driveway that's a minimum of 18-foot wide. It's set back 5 foot from the street. I've got, so that puts my first plantable area 23 feet from the property line, on that side that the garage is on. And so that only leaves me with 25 feet to plant a tree in the front yard. And so when we're talking about shade trees or the trees that are in our approved list, trying to plant 2 trees, their canopy zones get way beyond each other. So doing 1 tree actually allows a bigger, better, healthier tree to grow out in the front of the house than trying to squeeze 2 trees in there where you'd end up with canopy overlap. So that's, again, like I said, it was written strangely in the PD originally. I don't know what the intent was, because it just said 1 tree per 100 square feet. So that's kind of how we landed on, let's just do 1 tree in the front. Maybe, we could add 1 to the back or something. If the original intent was to have 2 trees, then we could have it, required to be planted in the back. But that was the thinking behind having only 1 in the front.
Okay,
From a staff
thank you. I was just curious. Okay, commissioners, please, hear what y'all think.
I don't have a necessarily issue as far as the trees are concerned. If the 1 tree in the back, I mean, if we have to have the 2 trees, I think if the 1 tree in the back is possible, I think that's ideal if the 2 trees are a must. And that's all I have as far as that.
Did you say something about putting a tree in the back or something?
I didn't see it there, but like I said, I think that it makes sense on the front to a 1 tree in the front, just because of the healthy growing conditions and stuff.
Right.
I had just seen that in the red, so I was just wondering what it was.
I was just curious, are we gonna have to access this lift station, do any work there with the permanent wall there?
Yes, so the access is actually off of Anderson Road. So there's already an existing driveway that connects to Anderson Road, and so that's the access will remain there. So we're not moving city trucks in between 2 houses. Again, kind of the desire from my perspective of trying to keep the neighborhood in the dark of what's actually there is to have that opaque brick screening wall for not only sound control but visibility control, and then with access being from the backside, the hope is that not too many people know what's actually in there.
The only thing I have is, I agree with the, I guess, for the trees. Like I said, there's only one tree limit, that's fine in the front. Is there a requirement for the two trees, or is there just one tree?
I think the requirement I just, as I understand, is one tree per 100 square feet, something like that. So I think times they were requiring two trees, and the PD that did one in the front, one in the back. But I don't know what those lot sizes were. I don't recall. But I think, one thing I guess I'd say to keep in mind is, if we require a tree, then we're requiring a tree, meaning they have to maintain and keep it healthy. If it dies, they have to replace it. If we say one in the back, well, again, I'm just thinking in terms of staff bandwidth administratively. I don't disagree. I mean, I get it, but that means then we've got to be checking people's backyards for trees, and all that. And so, again, I think it's a great idea, but just with what we have bandwidth for, I mean, I don't know. Y'all should please be aware.
Yeah, it also just gets down to just that homeowner is going to do what they want to do. And, we can have a tree out front. That's great. That makes the street look good. Trees in the back, it doesn't really have a lot to do with city's aesthetic, and it's much more about what that homeowner wants. So I'm satisfied with just doing the one tree in the front and being happy with that.
I was going to also add that on the original PD, when they took out, Barry actually took out the second tree, we beefed up the language related to the landscaping there in the front. So the idea was take the tree away, but beef up the landscaping requirement, for the part that isn't the garage along the front.
Okay.
Okay, I can live with
Makes
that.
sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
No. But if I said those exact same words.
I also too agree with the, I guess the masonry wall, between the pump station and the residential home. I do agree with that. But other than that, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Derek. Anybody else have any comments?
No, I'm fine with everything else. The garage door, Phil, I think I heard you say the making sure it's a good type of door.
Yeah, some of those examples that Brian was showing us,
Right.
Those are pretty quality doors. I would suggest that maybe in the motion or something we can reference some of those exhibits. Brian, maybe just if that works for y'all.
Sure, and I think also in our discussion, or y'all may have it, is what I think I'm hearing is we definitely agree we don't want raised panels. Sounds like we're okay with some different types, whether they're kind of modern, terrace, traditional, but we want the wood or wood look door, glass is okay. That's what I think I'm hearing. So when y'all discuss it, that's not what you meant for me to hear. If I'm misunderstanding, please correct me.
No, you got it.
I'm fine with the majority on the garage doors. I'm not. I mean, the builders when they build the homes, and I've kind of been out and bought a home in a while. Do they give you an option, certain type of garage doors, or how does that work? What come to builders?
Yeah, both builders in all of their different options, they offer that garage panel, and they will continue to do so. And a lot of, basically it boils down to people that feel they have smaller cars will want it and will do it because they like it. But the ones that don't feel like they're comfortable parking in there won't want it. So if we set an arbitrary number, it could backfire. But yes, all the builders will offer that option in all of their different plans.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, makes sense to me. Whatever the builders offer, I mean, like you said, Casey, these are two, reputable builders, so I'm assuming they know what's in the market, what buyers are looking for and want. So I'm for that. Whatever example we have for the doors, I'm fine.
All right, any more discussion?
None for me.
None.
Can we, do we have someone who would like to make a motion on item F?
I motion to approve item F as written.
Okay, so just a quick side note then, so if you do it as written, that means you're not approving the pedestrian crossing. And
I'm sorry.
You're not approving requirements around the list. And, we brought forward the applicant's request. So, to be clear, I might advise on to kind of take point by point. Roof pitch, A12, okay or not? The 1,800 square foot minimum, okay or not? Maybe point by point.
And to kind of clarify on my end at what Brian's saying, it's not in that written, but I'll agree to the masonry screening around the lift station. I'll agree to the crossing across the creek, and but I do want to keep the 1750. That's where I'm coming from on that.
So I think I would advise consultant has it at 1,800 or et cetera, right? Make sure that we're treating everybody fairly, the city gets what they think they're getting, and the applicant has been understood in what his request was. Again, I think I'd advise take it point by point, just to make sure, we're just fair to both sides. I've kind of got a little bit of a list going. I want to kind of suggest it topic by topic. The commission would like that.
Yeah, Brian, can you kind of, maybe you can kind of just, talk to us about a motion. Willie, since you made the motion, you might want to just listen to what Brian says and see if that's what you intend or what. Okay?
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure my notes are correct.
Yeah, well, and like I said, to do it as one monster motion, that's why I'm suggesting maybe point by point. If y'all want me to try to create one monster motion, I can.
However would be easiest for y'all to administer.
Okay, maybe we can take it in chunks.
Okay.
So let's focus maybe on the text amendment first. So for the text amendment part, so we're talking really about, and so I guess the applicant said, no, not 1,800, but 1,750. So I'll write this as 1,750 then.
Okay.
The roof pitch, clarify that we're asking for 812, then 712. The garage door, removing pillar requirement. That the garage door exhibits as shown are acceptable, but raised panels not allowed. And again, remove a dormer or a masonry requirement, meaning we're not expecting it to be major. Oh, and garage door will be, still we want the wood look, or wood, whichever. Glass is okay. Check and see if the, oh, and the tree, can't forget the tree, and then we forgot the question. And then just one tree in the front yard. Okay. And the other stuff is clear. I'm more concerned about this stuff, the other stuff I think is more cleanup. So, okay. So a proposed amendment regarding the text, I'm talking about the development plan yet. So just the text amendment. So, you would be considering a motion then to agree with this motion to allow for a minimum of 1,750 square feet from here on out. The A12 roof pitch. Regarding garages, to remove the pillar, to still require the wood look for wood garage doors. The garage doors as shown in Brian Genzel's, the planning and zoning manager exhibit, were acceptable, noting that we all agree we don't want the raised panel, but glass is okay in a garage door, and to remove dormer from the main language and to only require one tree in the front.
All right, let's see if we can get this in one take.
All right, Willie, that sounds good to you?
Yes, sir. Let's see if I can get it right.
All right.
All right, so I'll make a motion for the text amendment to 750 square feet moving forward, to change the roof pitch to 812, for regarding the garage door, to remove the pillar requirement, as well as have the garage door shown as wood or glass per planning manager Brian Gunzel. One tree requirement in the front yard, so reducing it to one tree. Masonry screen wall, and the crossing over the creek.
Do we have a second? All right, we have a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And it looks like no opposed. So item F has been approved. Brian, do we need to do any cleanup, or are you okay?
So so in that, we've got our masonry wall, but didn't address the crossing.
He said with the crossing. He said with the crossing.
Yeah, we're crossing.
He did?
He did.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Wow.
Looks like item F done.
Man,
Thank you, Billy.
Yeah. All right. So
appreciate that one, Casey. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So, we probably got another 45 minutes or more, so I just wanted to let you know. So if anybody wants the motion for a break, I'm fine, but see if anyone else wanted to let y'all know.
everyone, anybody need a break? Okay, I guess we're good. All right, so, next up is item G. Is to conduct a public hearing and consider amending the development plan for Plan Development District 106 for approximately 179 acres in the John Spoon Survey, abstract 1014, and Alfred J. Park Survey, abstract number 850, City of Red Oak. Ellis County, generally located north of Villa Road and east of Houston School. It's being requested by Compass Data Centers.
Okay, so we've, just for Willie and also people who may not be familiar with this project, so on this one, the Compass Data Center is kind of like that server farm, and so they've already come in once with the PD and gotten basically the use approved and the whole concept approved. So what's happening is, as they come in kind of phase by phase, they're having to get their development plans approved. So it just kind of gives them extra legislative authority over their development process. But the idea of the use and the concept, that's all been approved. And so with this kind of project, as it were, we do have a preliminary and final plats that are also associated with consent. But for the PD, we're not really amending anything or changing anything other than they're filling out the development by providing the new development. What it basically amounts to is what they're calling the Moonraker building. There's they built, I believe it was 2 Thunderballs, and now they're building the 2 Moonrakers. I just like saying it's from James Bond. Each Moonraker building is roughly 220,000 square feet. So they're aptly named. And they're to the north of the, in trouble with that? If I can get you a seat here. Okay, well, I don't know how we all can see this. Wish I waved my hand at the thing. To the left would be Houston School Road, and you've got future buildings, Thunderball and all that. And then these 2 Moonrakers, they're kind of T-shaped. You see the 2 T's next to each other. So they're like at the top of the T that's 300 feet wide, and then it goes about 1,400 or so feet down, and then it's about 155 feet wide. Each one of those T-shapes for the area. So, like I say, these things are long. You see your mouse. They can see your mouse click actually even on it. You'll make a perfectly valid point. Yeah, thank you, sir. And then we also do have a electric substation on-board facility here. And you can't see it here, but it's just easier to work on the view. Is along what will be future Austin Boulevard, and the landscape plan is also showing that they'll have the lace bark, draped lace bark elm tree with semi-evergreen. Looks not exactly like a live oak, but it's semi-evergreen and kind of has a similar growth habit, but a little more upright rather than sprawling out as much. So we feel like that's a good choice for a shade tree there, plus semi-evergreen. And then in the northeast corner near the distinctive extension, there's a lot of the old tree canopy, old growth trees, and the applicant has set aside some of that to preserve, to try to keep some of that old growth tree, old canopy. So this, really, that's kind of the highlight of this. I don't know, trying to show a lot of detail here doesn't really work on the screen. But I guess for the general public, I'll try to at least maybe show some elevation here. How tired the hamsters get, that's how we're computer. Again, it's just kind of hard to tell that some of this kind of requires bit, at least I know it does for me, a bit of imagination, exactly how will this, something so large look, was placed there. But we are excited to see this, and this was previously basically kind of an industrial identified area or future land use map. And of course, the nice thing is when you think of industrial, you usually think of dirty, noisy, noxious. This is the complete opposite of that. So, it seems like really the city, as well as the county and school district, given the tax benefits they'll get. But definitely the city, this is, from staff's perspective, a great win for the city to have this kind of partnership and to getting this kind of not only investment, but, you know, you've got something that is more tech oriented, it's more future forward, not a dirty and noxious business, so, and it just seems like, you know, we're winning on this one. And again, I mean, the uses and everything was already all approved, so they've just come in to show the development plan, to get final approval on it, you know, to work with staff. I mean, you know, we addressed pretty extensively working with our fire department to make sure that they are satisfied, that they feel comfortable site and their ability to provide services for emergency fire, so they've been satisfied. You know, and I got trees. I thought Barry was still going to be here.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure Barry would be happy. And a tree canopy. But in all seriousness, yeah, you know, again, just kind of scrolling through because it's such a monster. I really don't know what to share with y'all. You really just kind of had to probably look at it on the printout. So with that, really, I think I'll include a presentation, take any questions you may have. I'm sure the applicants are also available.
Okay, thanks, Ron. So, with that, we'll open the public hearing, and, if there's anyone who would like to speak in favor of this item, please, state your name and address, and, we can, start with whoever may be representing the Compass Data Center.
Hey, my name is David Pitcher. I'm with KFM Engineering and Design, and I'll be representing Compass today. My address is 1408 Spring Meadow in Allen, Texas. I'm just here to answer any questions y'all might have.
I actually don't have any.
Planning Commission, y'all have any questions or comments or anything you'd like to say?
To be addressing it as board citizen input.
There have been questions, not so much lately, but you may remember we had a reschedule. So again, we appreciate Compass and their being patient with us. There were the concerns that they had more to do with, I guess, I think under current construction. You know, we've got all that rock type material, and so it gets pulverized and kind of kicked out. So people haven't been real happy with construction, understandably. But of course, that's not forever. There was also, someone had mentioned, they mentioned, so yeah, I need to mention it, thank you for reminding me. They mentioned the idea of having sort of like a project page, that you should have a project page where the public can see what's going on and see active projects. Certainly, I mean, I love the idea. Again, it's kind of a bandwidth issue. But I hope, you know, we can get there one day, because I agree. I mean, you know, we want to be transparent. And plus, we just want to show the cool things that are happening in Red Oak. You know, we've got some wins here. Things are going well. There's kind of that opportunity aspect as well. So, you know, just if they're listening, but if they are, you know, I definitely hear you. I like the idea. Can't time to that just yet, but something I would certainly like to do, time permitting. But I just wouldn't want to start something and then not be able to consistently do it. So I think we need to make sure we have our bandwidth first. And then knowing that we can consistently provide that sort of service to people. So I don't mean to make light of it. Thank you for making that, for talking about that point. But there was no one opposed to curiosity question. There was a complaint regarding.
And I guess I do need to ask if there's anybody else on the line that's in favor of this project. And then, is there anybody on the line that is opposed to this project? Then, can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion.
And a second?
A second.
Okay. So it's been motioned and seconded, all in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Alright, so is there, any discussion? Does any commissioners have anything they'd like to say?
No questions on my end.
No, sir, no questions.
I've seen a lot of buzz on social media, and people asking about it, getting to the point where people know what's going on. And I'll say, this is like the 5th time we've addressed this, and they're telling each other about it now, so seem like they're excited about it. I know Randy or Manor was happy about it. And I think they have a website with pictures, like a live video feed, because it seemed like at nighttime it was dark, and then at daytime it was daytime. So I put some pictures that came off their website on it, so I've been trying to correct that.
Very good. All right, if no one has anything, do I hear a motion for item G?
I motion to approve item G as written.
Second. We got a second. Got a motion and a second to approve item G. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And none opposed. Very good. All right, we're on to, I guess, item H. It's also to conduct a public hearing and consider a residential replat of Hidden Creek Phase 3, which is currently zoned Ranchette Estates, RAE. There is no change in zoning. The replat is 43 lots within 44 acres located in the William Morgan Survey, A-701, generally located at the northeast corner of Rugged Drive and Standback Road in Red Oak, and is being requested by Michael Westfall.
So this is one of these quirky things and great infinite wisdom of the state of Texas. They created law in the platting chapter of the code. You may remember plats from Material Act, not Legislative Act, right? So we're not changing zoning. It's already zoned Ranchette. It's actually been platted once already. So, they're doing a replat. So the Texas law says, well, if in the past 5 years, the land was zoned or deed restricted for 2 or fewer residential lots, then you've got to do a residential replat and provide notice. Then there becomes some options. If you granted a variance or an exception, which can only come from the Board of Adjustment, that was not done in this case because there was no need. That, if it were the case, would trigger the notice in the newspaper as well as the property owner notice. If you don't have the variance or the exception, then you can notify people 15 days after you've approved the plat. So staff made the decision that, like, well, we can do it actually either way. The law says we can do it either way. And so, in the effort to try to be transparent, like to just be more transparent, we made the decision that, well, we would just go ahead and follow kind of the most transparent, robust notice required by law, which was the newspaper, but also the property owner notice, and to do it before the hearing. And of course, this kind of stirred up some people, I suppose. Some people thought maybe the zoning was changing or a deed restriction was changing. Of course, that's not the case. The deed restrictions haven't changed. But you know, there's been apparently some concern though that in phase 1 and 2, they built on 1 acre. And in phase 3, they're doing more like around 3/4 to 8/10, sometimes more than an acre. But mostly somewhere around 3/4 to 8/10. There's not a deed restriction. Phase 3 saying it has to be 1 acre. There's no deed restrictions on lot size at all. Because you already had the range set zoning anyway. I think my best, from what I can tell looking into it, is phase 1 and 2, when they came through, because they were platted almost 20 years ago, there was a requirement then under the Texas Commission for Environmental Quality for a 1 acre minimum for a septic system, because all this is on septic. After they were platted, zoned and developed, deed restrictions, whatever, the law changed, and you could do then down to 1/2 acre with a perk test that tells you exactly what you can be. And so I think maybe that might be some of the confusion, and some people assume that phase 3 would have to follow the same standard. And it's true in the sense of the zoning, they all have the range set zoning standard, but the septic system standards change. And so the developer is able to add some more lots. And some people are concerned then about density, but we're talking about, I believe it's going from 30 to 45 lots. So someone will correct me, I'm sure, if I'm remembering wrong. But anyway, there's something to that scale. You know, we're not talking about coming in with 0.15 acre lots or anything. We're talking about 0.75, pretty much minimum acre lots. Those around, you know, a little above that. Still some are an acre or more. So this is, you know, from a planning and zoning perspective, this is still low density. Though their the neighboring area is 1 acre minimum. The developer will have his own HOA for phase 3, so it will be a separate HOA. They have their own, I'll get retention. It'll be I believe a retention pond, where it will retain water and be a feature, and the HOA will, you know, take care of and manage that. But still, you know, provide drainage relief. So the HOA, the developer, they're making some improvements. And again, this is still a ministerial act. And so while the law also, so I guess I'm kind of jumping back here a bit, but that was kind of give you the overview of why the request is going on. But to jump back to the legal side, that again, we're not changing the zoning, not amending anything. It's just a residential rate line. So it's still under chapter 212. So it's still a ministerial act. The only way anyone could protest was they need to provide a petition and do a bunch of legwork. But the other catch was there had to have been an exception or variance by the Board of Adjustment. That was not necessary for this project. So it failed the first test. So this can't even be protested. If it could have been protested, it just would have meant you'd have to have a 4 out of 5 vote, which staff would still tell you you have to approve it because it's a ministerial act. And people have been very frustrated. I've explained this to them, and I apologize that they're frustrated. I don't know of a better way to communicate that the state of Texas wants to vote facility rule. That you know, we all we can do is try to be transparent about as possible, because it still seems to us like you're probably going to be frustrated either way. But wasn't it better to know before rather than after? I mean, even though the law says we can tell you after the fact. I know for me, I mean, I might be suspicious. And even though I work for a city, I'm still always suspicious of the city I live in, which I won't name. So we just try to err on the side of transparency. Understand some people have been frustrated or upset about the change. I don't know. I don't know what else to do than err on the side of transparency. And follow the law, and that's what staff endeavors do. And we recommend you to approve this ministerial act to satisfy all the subdivisions of requirements.
Are you guys answering any questions on this from the public?
We can ask answer questions if you have any, certainly.
Yeah, let me open the public hearing, and then we'll start.
Absolutely.
All right. So this is a public hearing, and we are going to open it now. Like I said, typically what we do is hear from the applicant and those who are in favor of the project, and then and then after that, then those who are opposed to the project will have their chance to speak, and then we will close the public hearing, and the planning commission will deliberate. So at this time, we'll open the public hearing, and those who are in favor of the item, please state your name and address, and I guess we can start with Mr. Westfall, who's the applicant.
Kyle Bradley's here from Westfall Engineering. I believe Dwayne, the developer, is also online. I'm here to answer any questions about the layout of the project. Brian, I think you did a great job just explaining that we're following all zoning rules here. No variances were requested. We are going to be under no deed restrictions from the existing phases. So, yeah, I'm here if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Is anybody else in favor of the project that we'd like to speak? Okay, anybody who is opposed to the project, please state your name and address, and state your say what you want to say.
Hi, it's Jeremiah Schreier. Live at 428 Rugged Drive. I am opposed, but more have some questions regarding it because reading through this Texas Commission of Environmental Quality, Texas Administrative Code, that states the 1 acre lots, and I believe what was changed more recently was city code, and from what I understood, legal wise, was that the state code supersedes the city code because Texas is one of the 39 states that follows the Dillon's rule, where the rule makes it clear that municipalities are subordinate to state government. The Texas Constitution specifies that even home rule cities such as Red Oak, I believe such as Red Oak, can't pass city ordinances that contradict the state law. Now, I was more questioning on that side and kind of curious, trying to understand this better. I met Dwayne, the developer, seemed like a great guy. Brian did a fantastic job of answering any questions that I had prior. I was kind of fielding for the neighborhood. So if I could get some clarity on that, that would be great.
Yeah, Jeremiah, Ben Hartman, city engineer. So the TCQ allows down to a half acre. And that is what our ordinance is based on, is the minimum of the TCQ half acre rule. So typically in the county, if you do anything in the county actually has a more stringent rule of 1 acre. And so with Red Oak not having access to sewer in the entirety of the city limits, that ordinance was written to allow for slightly denser development than would be typically allowed by the county, as a incentive for developers to annex voluntarily into the city, so that more housing units could be developed on the same acreage of land. So I believe we've actually sent it out because some of your neighbors had the same exact question, and we had looked it up and pulled the TCEQ regulation and sent it out to a couple of your neighbors. We'd be glad to also send it to you.
Yeah, and I think there may be some confusion on that because within the TCEQ Administrative Code, Title 30, Part 1, Chapter 285, Subchapter A, in Part A, it states platted or unplatted subdivisions served by public water system, not Red Oak, or not Hidden Creek. Subdivisions of single-family dwellings platted or created after the effective date of this section served by public water supply, so not Hidden Creek, and using individual on-site sewage facilities for sewage disposal shall have lots of at least 1/2 acre. Platted or unplatted in Part B of that, platted or unplatted subdivisions not served by a public water system, Hidden Creek neighborhood, subdivisions of single-family dwellings platted or created after the effective date of this section, not served by a public water supply, so Hidden Creek, and using individual on-site sewage facilities shall have lots of at least 1 acre.
So Rocket Sud, which is what you're referring to, is a public. They are a special utility district, but they are considered public water supply. I think what that's actually referring to is things like well water or untreated water. And I know Rocket does have a mix, but they have to follow the TCEQ public water supply standards.
What makes them?
What makes
them a public water? What certifies them as a public water supply?
I couldn't get into all the legal formalities that I don't know the answer to that. But to my understanding is they follow all the same rules and regulations that the city follows for our own public water supply.
I was under the understanding that was not correct.
I don't know the answer to on the legal side of that.
We spoke with litigation on that, and that was the direction that they had pointed us.
Ben, this is Kyle at Westfall. I think I'd like to add to that. Rocket Sud holds the CCN for the area, which puts them under, as you said, puts them under TCEQ rules. They have to follow public water supply. They don't have the right to refuse water as long as you're following all their regulations, which just makes them a public water supplier.
I don't believe that makes them public water supplier, but I appreciate the feedback on that.
Are we ready for the next person who has questions?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Whoever's the next person who has questions or is opposed, please state your name and address.
First, thank you all for serving our community. My name is Larry Duke. I live in Red Oak, 300 Valley Trail. Excuse me. I'm not sure if my comments or statements will fall under the pro or against category. That'll be up to y'all. There are more one statements and questions more than anything. And before me, when I bought my lot back in about September of 2006, and then we started our construction shortly after that. I believe at closing is when I received two documents that I have in front of me right now. One is the certificate of incorporation for the Hidden Creek property owners. And I believe that was designed for phase 1, 2, and 3. It was submitted to Gwen Shea, the Secretary of State, and that was submitted back in April of 2003. And the other document I have was submitted to the Ellis County in July of 2003, and that's the Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions. And the main item that I just stumbled upon today was in Section 9, Item 9.2. It addresses minimum lot area. All lots shall contain a minimum of 43,540 square feet, which is just about an acre. And then it goes on to explain the terms and conditions of establishing the lots and how they might be changed in the future. But I was wondering, since those documents were both filed with the state of Texas and Ellis County, doesn't that minimum lot area requirement apply today, just like it did in 2003 when it was filed?
Well, the documents that staff has been provided show that phase 3 is not part of phase 1 and 2 of the deed restriction or the HOA. And from the original plat property that was done about 17 years or so ago, the surveyor's notes also did not mention a minimum lot size. They mentioned other notes, they don't mention lot size. So, staff has not been provided any information from the applicant to indicate anything other than it's its own phase, its own deed restriction, separate from phase 1.
Well, since that document was filed, like you said, about 17 years ago, and phase 3 was platted at that time, I don't see how it this document not pertain to phase 1, 2, and 3. And I'm certainly no expert or attorney, but it pretty well spells it out right here. Those lots were actually platted as approximately 1 acre lots, just similar to phase 1 and phase 2. And just for a little bit of time saving, my other 2 questions involved the water drainage. Anytime you add streets and concrete foundations, it drastically changes the dynamics of water drainage. And I've heard mention of this retention pond. I'm certainly concerned about that since I live at the lower elevation of the development on Valley Trail. And then I'm also extremely concerned about the roads that are going to provide access to this new addition. They're marginal at best right now. I'm wondering if since this is planning, I was wondering if there was a plan in effect to address the condition of the roads, because any construction that takes place is certainly going to take a toll on the roads that we have. Plus the addition of 30 or 41 additional houses with multiple cars, that's all going to make more use of the roads we have out here. Mainly we're looking at Pratt Road, Stainback, Hidden Creek, Rugged Drive, and Valley Trail. The south portion of Rugged Drive is just, it's almost like driving on an obstacle course now, and it was actually repaved several years ago. It's in horrible shape. So I'm wondering how the roads are going to hold up to the heavy construction equipment that it's going to take to develop this area. But those are my 2 minor issues. My main issue still is I don't see how you can get around the fact that this area was all 3 phases were platted, and these conditions were submitted to the state treasurer, the Secretary of State, and to Ellis County. I don't see how you can get around that when it specifically says that 540 square feet requirement. If you can address those issues for me, I sure would appreciate it.
Sure. Ben Hartman here, city engineer. So let me address the last 2 first. The engineers did design for detention. The original subdivision, as well as your section of the subdivision, had no drainage consideration as far as detention goes. So they are providing a detention pond that will hold back water and release it at a slower rate than, or release it at the same rate that's coming out right now. So that has been designed for. The roadway sections around the property, it's going to get typical city maintenance on the schedule that it's on. I can put you in touch with our Public Works Department to see what the maintenance schedule is for Pratt and Hidden Creek and some of the roads around it. And
they come out quite regularly and fill the potholes on Rugged Road, but they last until about the next rain. That's why I felt like it was important to address that issue now rather than come back later after this development is up and running and beg for repairs. So that's why I'm hoping there is something in effect now. And from what you're just saying, you're really not aware of anything. But I apologize for interrupting. Please continue on.
No, that's fine. So it's on an interval, I'm sure, with our Public Works Department. Again, I can check with them on what that interval is, or if it's on an as-needed basis. And back to the first point, I think the city has not been provided any documents that you're talking about, and I believe that Dwayne, the developer, has worked through with his attorneys and title company to come to the conclusion that those documents did not apply to the third phase. So I don't, Dwayne, if you're on, if you had any, could speak to any of that, if that is the case.
Yes, I appreciate you guys giving me an opportunity to speak. So in reference to the actual document that Mr. Larry is referring to, and I'm hoping that we're referring to the same documentation that was filed with the Secretary of State, which I'm looking at myself, and that is what they call conditions, covenants, and restrictions that was filed in 2000. Let me get the correct date for you guys.
July 1st, 2003.
Give me 1 second, Mr. Larry. Give me 1 second, please. So with those documents, when it was filed, it has at the end of that document, which is the final page or the subsequent page prior to the last page, and it identifies that property, which entails has no meets and bounds that relates to phase 3 of Hidden Creek at that time. Now, also what I want to include is what Mr. Ben has spoke about, which is also during that time when things were approved during 2003, only phase 1 was approved at that point. So the CCRs technically at this point, when they were filed, was only relative to the phase 1 of this entire project. And it does say that on the actual filed CCRs, which I'm looking at right now on my other computer. So in reference to what Mr. Harbin is saying, there are things in terms of what the city requires now, in terms of the square footage of having a 3/4 acre lot, in reference to what was the old county requirement of a 1 acre lot, and also in reference to what he spoke on in terms of the retention pond, to speak to Mr. Larry, where he is on the southernmost part of Hidden Creek Phase 2, that's where the majority of the drainage then goes to the retention pond that I, as a developer, has to assume the responsibility of putting in an adequate retention pond to ensure that the drainage is subsequently put in what was not put for phase 1 and phase 2. And so I guess if there's any other questions in reference to that, and I'm speaking solely to you, Mr. Larry, I know it's something that I know you're not saying that it's either pro or against in reference to, just answering your questions, and you're speaking about the streets. When you're speaking also about the southernmost, when you're speaking about the southernmost part of Rugged Drive, you being a resident that's been there for years, you understand that southernmost part is not a part of Hidden Creek Part 1 or Hidden Creek Part 2. That was prior.
I understand that, Dwayne, but isn't your construction vehicles gonna use that portion of Rugged Drive? That's why all the citizens in this area should be concerned about what's going on, because all these construction vehicles are gonna tear up the roads even farther.
Well, there's a requirement, Mr. Larry, there's a requirement on my behalf in terms of as the development. And also my engineers who are on this call can speak to this. So when we enter the actual development itself, the entrance is at Hidden Creek Lane, which is at Pratt and Hidden Creek. And when we come down Hidden Creek, we only have a construction interest at the Hidden Creek Lane construction into my land. We don't have any construction vehicles that have come from the southernmost part, and I don't plan on having any of those construction vehicles to come from that area because of that exact fact of what you're speaking of. So understand
Yes,
when I'm
sir.
saying, go ahead.
Well, I appreciate, you just don't know how much I do appreciate your comment in regards to not using the southern portion of Rugged. And actually, that comment wasn't addressed to you and your company at all. That
Gotcha.
part was addressed to the city of Red Oak because
Gotcha.
they're responsible for these roads. That's who that comment in question was directed to, not you, Dwayne.
Okay, I understand that, Ms. Larry, and I want you to know too as well, when it comes to the requirements of erosion control and things of that sort, that's a part of those things that I have to adhere to. So when it
Right.
comes to those construction interests and things of that sort, I want to ensure you and I want everybody on this call to know, along with not only yourself, but I know Jeremiah is on this call. I've had conversation with you both. And what I have said to you guys, I want you guys to hold me accountable for what it is that I'm saying to you. So when we come and we finish and we start and finish this construction, everything we will come through on that Hidden Creek side and everything else that's relative to what Jeremiah's always also asked in terms of, the size of the lots and things of that sort, which Ben addressed already. Just know we're abiding by everything that the state, the city, and everything has required of us. And my engineer, he has provided you that information as well.
Thank you for your comments, Dwayne. I've always enjoyed talking to you. Now, if I could talk to the city one more time.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Anybody from the city, are you still online?
Yes, sir.
We've heard from Mr. Bryant's side and what his attorneys are saying. Should I assume that y'all agree with his attorneys? Because that's who this question was addressed toward, the city legal side of it. Because I know what side Mr. Bryant is going to take. So that's why I brought this question up about the lot size, was from the Red Oak city of Red Oak's legal standpoint. Do you agree with what he said?
We have seen his attorney's assessment of it, and we agree with that. We don't enforce deed restrictions as we're we're in control of zoning and then platting. But from a deed restriction standpoint, that's part of the landowner's responsibilities, and those are administered and enforced by the landowner, not the city.
Okay, well, that was a good answer. I appreciate you. One thing, and I know I've taken up way too much time, but Brian had mentioned there was going to be a 2,000 square foot minimum structure requirement in phase 3, and he referred that as being part of the not changing the deed restrictions. So I'm wondering, in the deed restrictions, wasn't lot side addressed there?
I'm not sure what so yes, the deed restrictions are going to be controlled by the landowner. So the zoning is what he was referring to. The zoning, so when they submit a permit to build a home, we look
Right.
at the zoning. We don't look at the deed restrictions. And the zoning requires a minimum 2,000 square foot home. Now, if the developer, Dwayne, or if there's if y'all have deed restrictions in your area that say you have to build a 2,500 square foot house, well, that's what the Architectural Control Committee or the HOA would be enforcing. But again, the city is only looking at it from a zoning perspective. So we only look at permits through the lens of zoning, not through the lens of deed restrictions, because we can't control or enforce them.
Okay, so the 2,000 square feet requirement, minimum requirement is a zoning point. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I perfectly understand that now. Like I said, I've probably taken up way too much time. I sure appreciate being given the opportunity to ask questions that I'm quite concerned about. Once again, thank all of you for serving our community, and I appreciate your time tonight. So with that, I will end my conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else who would like to speak about this project?
This is Jeremiah again. Just had another couple quick questions. Will the documents that you guys have made your decision off of, the documents that you guys are talking about, I'm sure that Brian provided you and things, will those be made public so we can get a visual of understanding?
You're welcome to get Dwayne's attorney's opinion or the documents from Dwayne. Again, we don't enforce deed restrictions, and so I don't want to give anything from someone else that I don't have the right to give out.
Jeremiah, can I answer your question?
Yes, sir.
So what I do want to ensure that the main point that you brought to the table for the commission, it was in reference to the water utility being public or not, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in reference to that, is that something that, according to, I know the state of Texas, that Rocket is a public utility company. So if we can provide that actual documentation from the state of Texas, would that suffice in terms of what you're needing on that end? Because what we're speaking about in terms of, deed restrictions and things of that sort, that falls into the HOA that I have to, on my end, I have to provide that. And also in terms of the deed restrictions, I will ensure, because of the value that I'm looking for on my end as a developer and what I'm bringing to your neighborhood, is that I'm going to stay within the parameters of what it is in terms of the quality of the product that I'm bringing to Hidden Creek itself.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to make this a huge deal. I figured it would just be a quick copy paste of the city boards, whoever had dealt with it within the city, whether it be Brian or somebody else, to just copy and paste. I figured that information was made public. Yeah, I mean, that would definitely work. Do you have an idea set of what the minimum home square footage will be back there to keep that same standard throughout the neighborhood?
And just for you, and I want to make sure with the commission and everyone else is on this call, that we're fine with, me addressing you, because I want to ensure that, because I have to deal with you guys, myself every day.
Yeah.
And what we talked about, and I want to confirm that, and this is documented, is that what I'm reaching for in terms of a builder and coming in with my ideal situation, and as I told Mr. Larry as well, I mean, I want at least 2,500 square foot. And in terms of value, I want a value to bring not only what I need in terms of a developer, but also what you guys have in terms of residents. Because you got to understand, as you and I talked before, Jeremiah, and also Mr. Larry, look, I'm a resident myself. And so I'm not trying to bring something in there that's going to bring down a value. And me being an investor, on the other hand, I need to have a value that's going to be actually equate to what you guys have or above what it is that you have. So I'm making sure that these deed restrictions are going to be something that fits that parameter.
With you said you're going to be a resident. I thought, are you not going to reside over in Rockwall? Not to get personal on the call.
No. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about my mindset. I'm a resident. I'm a resident too. And
I thought you were going to be our neighbor.
Yeah.
I got you.
Well, this is Larry Duke. I have one more question. I'm sorry, Dwayne, you forced me into asking this. Are you actually going to be the builder on this? Because you've expressed to me that you're going to sell the property and have somebody else do the building. So,
Yeah. Actually, that's what I said. I'm looking to bring in a builder that's going to come in with the deed restrictions that I said, as Mr. Hartman stated earlier. See, I'm going to have my own HOA. So within my own HOA, I'm going to ensure that these bylaws and all of these covenant conditions and restrictions, they fit what it is that I know is going to keep a value, not only for you guys, but for me as a developer. I need to have the values that you guys have in that area. And so the biggest thing that we've spoken about is the misconception of everybody talking about we're bringing in 90+ lots and all of these sorts, and that a 3/4 acre lot is going to take away your value. But at the end of the day, if there's $145 a square foot value for those properties in that area, I'm going to make sure that I bring in a builder that we're going to be able to get $145 or more square foot value.
Dwayne, that's the perfect answer, because I hadn't heard you say you were going to tie deed restrictions to a new builder. So once again, thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Larry, no, I appreciate you.
Appreciate it, Dwayne.
Okay, anybody else?
Hello? Yeah.
Speak.
Hello?
So, I have a motion to,
I think we have to turn one off.
a second for the motion to close public hearing.
A second.
All right, we have the closed public hearing and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, and none opposed. So, we have any discussion?
My only question is, the intent of item H is simply for the replat of 43 lots within the 44 lots, correct?
Um, 43 lots, 44 acres.
I'm sorry, 43 lots within 44 acres. I'm sorry, correct?
Proposing 40.
Right, 30's on the 40, right?
Yeah, 30
Okay.
40.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was on track. That's all I have.
I don't have anything to add. Listened to a lot of discussion. Very eye-opening. How this process works, but I don't have anything to add. Listen to the developer. I think he has done his due diligence in getting the project, to get the project off the ground. He has went through all the, the right procedures and everything. So, the only thing I have to add is I agree with the project.
All right, not seeing anybody else, do I have a motion on item H?
I move to approve agenda item H as written.
Okay, got a second?
I'll second.
All right, we got a second. All right, so, it's been moved and seconded to approve item H. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, and, any opposed? All right, item H has been approved. All right, thank y'all for, this discussion. And, we're gonna move on to item I now. And I is to, conduct a public hearing and consider changing the zoning from a commercial C1 to a planned development, with uses generally from the C1 district, apartment A, and including medical office, and allowing for a mixed uses and forms at 554 and 556 Bluebird Lane in Red Oak, Texas. It's being requested by Dr. Rebecca Tani Alvarez. Sorry about the name, but Dr. Alvarez. Well, we'll get brief about the staff now.
All right, so this one was not one that we had to reschedule. We think the applicant's presentation. They had originally come in wanting to do just a medical office. Actually, we talked about it being on the southern side of the block. And since we had earlier initial conversations like a pre-development, the applicant has expressed interest maybe in doing something else with the other half of the block. Well, so when we had to reschedule the hearing, the applicant asked, like, well, can we try to work out some ideas? So So, staff is, we try to be responsive, as we can, and plus we felt a little bad about the schedule, so we figured we'll make a little effort to see what we can work out. So, we kind of, I would say, it's fair to say there's several options y'all can ultimately consider. Again, it's a legislative discretionary act. The thing I guess I would emphasize is that for Dr. Amy Alvarez, she's got a lease that she's in right now for her practice, and as I understand it, the priority for her is to get a medical office building. She owns this land already. To get, to work something out, to be able to get a medical office zoning approved so they can move forward, getting construction plans and get building. So that, just want to make sure we understand that that's a priority. Now, what they've since brought in is actually an idea for a sixplex. And so what they've proposed this time is they did a sixplex on the southern side and the medical office on the northern side. So in the memo report, I tried to kind of talk about it in terms of use and form. So let's talk about use just for a second, thinking about kind of compatibility of use. So generally to the south here, you've got duplex. To the west, you have some single-family residential. To the north, you have commercial. East, you have some commercial over here. I think this is duplex over here as well. And interestingly enough, you can't quite see it, but we have some duplexes here to the east. And then over here, you can't see, you see the backside, we do have vertical mixed use with apartments above retail. And so the applicant consultant who's helping her design the site, the building, they kind of pointed out, and that's where kind of the idea of the sixplex came from. And they're kind of thinking the idea of horizontal mixed. So in our comp plan, we look at only the future land use map, and y'all can look at the comp plan any chapter, any page, any word you want. But if we're looking at the future land use map, it does talk about vertical mixed use, C1, as it's currently known C1. The applicant suggesting that it's basically sort of a horizontal mixed use. So I think the question for y'all might be, in terms of use and form, do you believe that horizontal mixed use is going to perform, say, as well, or whatever that may mean to you, as the vertical mixed use? That makes sense. And so so what they propose is a sixplex on the southern side, the medical office on the north side. Again, thinking about just the use part here. So it kind of makes sense that with duplexes over here, that, well, I guess you'd put a sixplex here, kind of apartment-y building to apartment-y building. And since you've got commercial over by a villa, I guess you put the medical office. There's a logic to that. Makes sense. The thing is, and we'll see it in a second, on the form aspect, if you imagine a single-story duplex kind of on your left-hand side, and then you go to a sixplex, it's going to be like probably twice as tall and twice as wide in terms of mass. And then the medical office is going to be probably, say, a third of that. Then it kind of drops down. And then you've got this old commercial in the villa, which will probably change and redevelop in the future. But right now it's kind of one-story-ish also. And it's not, and again, everything changes. So you're kind of going from this kind of one-story height to a two-story height, kind of down to a tall one-story, down to a one-story. So from kind of a planning perspective, it's not that it doesn't work. I mean, it's one way to go, but the way I like to think about it, it's a bit like writing a song, at the risk of sounding a little pretentious, but it's kind of like almost like tempo or rhythm. You've kind of got this duplex single-story rhythm, and now you jump to the six-story, but then you're kind of coming back down. It may be okay, but that jump, that sixplex, that kind of can drive something. And the question is, what will it drive? If the owner is going to put a medical office next door to it, it kind kind of puts a brake, it's not really gonna drive, as it were, to put a pressure, to set a tempo for the commercial villa there. It still could, but it's not as obvious. Does it drive the duplex? Do people where the duplexes are start coming in wanting to amend the PD to a quadplex? No. It's closer. So from a form perspective, there's kind of a reason to think like, to go against the idea of the use logic. Say, well, maybe the form, maybe you ought to have that single-story duplex where you've got it, that's next door already existing. Maybe the medical office ought to have one of those kind of residential form medical office aesthetics, so it kind of blends and helps make the transition. Then if you're gonna agree that a sixplex or an small apartment building like that is okay, then by jumping up, well, you're now putting pressure on your commercial corridor to kind of elevate itself vertically, the aesthetics, upgrade, that kind of thing. And there have been some upgrades in that area, actually, but it does kind of put a driver, kind of puts a little pressure there on that development. And so from a form perspective, that may kind of make more sense. And use-wise, it still may be okay, because maybe the person living in the duplex would rather live next to the medical office that's only open 10 hours a day at most. And so now the medical office is kind of a breaker, as it were, to the sixplex. The sixplex is that much closer to commercial, so the little bit of residential that's near it is really residential that will probably succumb in the future, maybe 20 years from now, to commercial growth, maybe. So, again, I kind of, so I tried to set up sort of the idea of like a basic logic of use, talk to you about the form, only to reverse the logic on the use. So, again, it's whatever y'all want, but that's something that kind of staff has discussed with the applicant is, if y'all were to think, yeah, let's do a little infill sixplex or something, I think we'd want to pay attention to that form and that use. And to just think about how does that help to set that tempo, create that pressure for future development. Because something like that's definitely going to make a mark. And not saying it's bad, it's going to make a mark, it's different. And let me get you some images here. Hamsters are getting tired on the wheelie. So, that's probably very good. So what they're showing you here is the existing duplex top. And then here would be what they're proposing as sixplex. And it's giving you an idea of basically it's kind of like the size of basically each unit, two-car garage kind of size. And it would be a two-story unit. So this kind of gives you a feel that they can provide some additional parking, but each unit would have a two-car garage. And it wouldn't be facing the front. We know that's an important thing, to not have garage doors facing the front. And then the medical office, over here is about a 2,000 square foot medical office. Then you go into the commercial. This is kind of their current proposed plan. Again, the medical offices are priority, but again, I think we have to think about which side would we suggest to be on if we like this idea of sixplex. We've talked multiple ideas with the applicants. They had actually come in over a year ago and got a plan approved because they've already got the zoning as far as C1 to do a much larger medical office with a U-shaped drive, all very nice. But I guess due to just kind of the market and the economic certainty, the applicant would rather not build, say, 4,000 square feet of medical office right now and only do the 2,000. Still like to do something with the other part of the property. As we all know, retail is getting really disrupted right now. Even office space is a little uncertain. But there's still demand for residential. So I think that, as I understand it, that's kind of where they're coming from. They're thinking about the market. This is some elevations they submitted. this is the one story would be the medical office. This is a little hard to probably figure out what they're calling the north elevation, but you're basically seeing the medical office here kind of on the lower right with the sixplex behind it. And this option, they're showing them with sort of a residential roof. That was one of the other discussions was, well, I mean, what do? Do you do a residential pitch roof, or do you do a flatter, more commercial contemporary? And the idea of the mats, we kind of talked about like, well, maybe the sixplex ought to have a flatter roof, so it doesn't look any bigger than it needs to. And then maybe the medical office ought to have a pitch roof, so it looks more substantial. Especially again, if the idea that this is a horizontal view. You know, we want them to also look like they kind of go together. So also materials of the architecture ought to have some kind of connection as well. But again, roof pitch or flat may make sense to consider a change. The east elevation street side, so this is Bluebird. I think we would want to, if y'all were interested in this idea, the sixplex kind of wall in the middle. I think we want to see something happen with that. And I know eventually there'd be trees and landscaping. I kind of thought maybe the numbers like 5 by 4, what are the street numbers, but that looks a little blasé right there. One of the other things is, you know, we talked about the whole masonry wall requirement. So one thing that they're also asking for is to do the wood fence instead of the masonry wall. And again, I mean, that kind of started because when they first came in, we were talking about a medical office, you know, one building medical office, single story, in kind of a residential form next to the existing duplex. So in that context, it certainly kind of makes sense to consider, you know, the board on board, cedar lap, fence. Now, when we get to this scale, you know, I don't know. You know, it still seems like you can make the case maybe to go with the wood fence context. You know, especially since they have the 2-car garage. You know, it seems, you know, if they didn't have the 2-car garage, I think it might be a story, but the 2-car garage, you know, they've got a place to park their cars, get in and out. So maybe that wood fence would work in this situation. Nearby, they use like a vinyl fence around the commercial. So we haven't necessarily required everyone to do masonry, or maybe it was because they didn't rack new construction. So I mean, I never necessarily know the exact history on why sometimes there's a fence or not, or a wall. But this would normally trigger the masonry wall requirement because you'd either have the apartment or the commercial, either one, next to the residential side to the south and west would normally trigger that masonry wall. But they're asking for the fence. Again, kind of jumping back to form. So here's kind of both buildings shown as a flat roof. And again, wood fence and all that. This is a bit more of a contemporary aesthetic. Then provide some renders, again, with pitched roofs. Staff, by the way, we've also said that for something like this, if you were to do the wood fence, I think we would also need to see probably something like maybe 3 semi-evergreen or evergreen trees on the southern side and probably 4 to 5 on the west side. I would probably either say live oak, that Drake elm that Compass was proposing for Austin Boulevard. Something, you know, that'll be kind of full and evergreen, semi-evergreen. I think if you were to approve the idea of the fence, I think you have those trees. We've also talked to fire. They were okay with the idea of the sixplex. It took some conversations back and forth. They got comfortable. The fire lane would be right here between the two buildings. This would be marked as a fire lane on the backside for two reasons. One, ambulance. So we wouldn't ever pull a fire truck back here, but we may need to pull an ambulance back here. And also by marking it as a fire lane, less likely to get some dog who trying to park back. So that's why that would still be marked as a fire lane. Narrower than you normally see. Dumpster back here in the back, straight shot access. It would have to have some gates, swing doors on the front. I've also suggested that the garage doors be a color that matches the size of the building. And again, if y'all even wanted it, that from what I've heard, seen the case report, sounds like, you don't want to see garage doors. So solid is good and all, but we probably want that to be a color that blends to the wall, so not white. Again, here's the perspective jumping back to flat roof. So I don't have one with like the idea of a pitch on one side and a flat on the other. Then in the slab roof, he was also trying to show that the mechanicals would be on the roof, essentially have a parapet wall on the top that helps block the view of being able to see the mechanics. So that's, I think all the render, I find the render is easier to look at than the elevation. So, happy to show y'all anything else. I guess the other point I'd make or reemphasize is, the medical office is important. So we need to kind of pick the side it goes on. They would need to know if y'all, so I guess there's several scenarios. Y'all maybe love the Six Flags package, greatest thing ever, that's great. If you do. But if you don't, one way to look, or maybe not opposed, but maybe you think there's maybe more work that needs to be done. Or you don't like the idea and you'd rather see something. We can still approve the medical office, and not necessarily approve the other part. That could be sort of we're not necessarily denying that part of prejudice necessarily unless you are. But that way, if it's a thing of like, I don't know about a Six Flags of that kind, here's my 5 comments, go address, work with staff, come back, in a month, so the other ideas. But you can still approve the medical office. So we still need to know then, which side would we put the medical office? Do we want the pitch roof or the flat roof? And then also, how y'all felt about the fence. Because if you're willing to sign off on a wood lap fence, then, we just need to be clear that, that's being approved for the whole site, kind of regardless of then what they build, or what y'all end up approving the bill. Should you ask them to come back. If you're only going to approve kind of half the request, if you're only going to approve the medical office, they kind of still need to know what they're going to do with the fence, if they're going to have to do the screening. I know the screening wall is really expensive. So, again, they kind of got approved before for a permit, so, they have C1 zoning, but in that rule, would require the masonry wall. So, this at least, I guess, gives y'all some input, influence on the site, at least under C1. Obviously, under C1, you couldn't do this specifically. C1 is just, you could do the vertical mixed use, but you couldn't do the horizontal. So that's kind of what this PD kind of evolved into. Before it was just the medical office basically saying, don't make us do the masonry wall, let us do a fence. And it's kind of evolved into all that plus, how about Six Flags? So the kind of bottom line is for you, kind of where we kind of gone. I guess the request would have just simply been medical office with a wood fence instead of the screening wall. Now we've evolved into that plus a Six. And so again, staff, I think, the thing is like, well, if you're going to do the Six Flags, well, I don't know, maybe that needs to be closer to commercial than the medical office. I duplex, maybe the medical office ought to have a pitched roof, maybe the sixplex ought to have a flat, just to, you know, again, trying to make it a little more compatible in terms of use of form. So that's just kind of been staff conversations, kind of in summary, and also in talking with the applicant. Applicant seems willing to work, it's just on this very kind of rushed, tight timeline, trying to give feedback, review stuff, then try to provide renders, everything. So, you know, we don't necessarily have a perfect, really final submission, but I think there's enough information. We could work it up to at least be certain about the medical office. And if y'all weren't comfortable yet with the idea of a sixplex or something else that's considered, you know, you could always, like I say, just approve part of this request, and we could kind of treat, really on some level, we could treat maybe the part for the sixplex as sort of like a work session, really, to give the applicant feedback. What would you like? What would you not like? What do you want to see? What do you not want? And we don't really do work sessions as a regular thing. I think it'd be helpful for the applicant to get that feedback. Yeah, I think that's good.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. All right, so we'll open the public hearing now. And I guess anybody who is in favor of this item, please feel free to speak now, and please give us your name and address.
Hello, my name is Val Meza. I'm part of the design team helping Dr. Alvarez with her project. I'm out of Burleson, Texas. And we're proposing a 2,000 square foot medical office on the north side of the property with the multifamily on the south side. We'd like to mirror it, but we have a side yard limitation or setback limitation for the C1 medical office. So in order for this concept to work, we had to put the multifamily next to duplex on the south side. The height of the duplex, or the sixplex, I'm sorry, the sixplex is similar to what the catty corner duplex would be, the two-story duplex. So the height isn't too far from what's in the vicinity, and I think it fit just right. As far as the masonry fence requirement, we're going to be adjacent to a vinyl fence within 10, 20 feet away from the neighboring property. As far as the layout of the site, we're open to any input that you guys have for us.
Thank you, Mr. Mesa. I would like to explore, maybe give us your thoughts about having the medical office on the south side and the multifamily on the north side. Just because I do feel like the scale is important to those duplexes and to the residential to the west. And doing a sloped roof on the medical office and maybe a flatter type roof on the multifamily, that seems to be a pretty good idea. If I was living in the duplex or residential, I would probably rather be next to a medical office whose hours of operation typically are when I'm gone working, and when I get home, they're usually shut, so I kind of like that idea. And also would have some buffer from the multifamily. That kind of all makes kind of sense to me, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on those.
I think that's a swell idea. The thing is, it's too close. Mirroring the site the way it is would be great. It wouldn't fit into the setback requirement that C1 has, which is, I think, 20 feet. Right now, we are bordering C1 with the medical office with another C1. I think it's a realty office that's there. And because they're side by side, C1 and C1, there is a 0 lot line. And but because the duplex to the south is residential, there's a 20-foot separation that we wouldn't be able to do. So if we get it waived or get it, we flex the rules to where we can mirror the site completely. We're open to the idea of doing a slope roof on the medical building and then doing flat on the apartments. So that'd work great for us too.
Well, just a quick reminder for everyone, so since PE, I mean, we can adjust setbacks. So that's, I don't know that we want to consider setback from a practical perspective if something's too close or not, of course, but I don't know that we need to necessarily literally follow the C1 setback. I think, making an adjustment is going to serve greater interest.
I know you probably haven't done a lot of design work on that, but what type of setback would you need on that south side to make the project work?
I think I'll look the site plan, but we've got a 7-foot side yard between the existing C1 and what we're proposing. 7-foot one is the to the edge of the building. If we were to mirror that the other direction, we'd per ordinance we'd have to move it 20 foot away, which our concept for the whole site just gets thrown away, and so we would waive it 13 feet if you would allow us to mirror the whole site, and that would bring the duplexes or the sixplex to the north and the medical office to the south next to the existing duplex that's already there.
If I may speak, this is Dr. Rebecca Piatini Alvarez. I appreciate the opportunity to do this, and I have to applaud you for being so late on Zoom, working so late at night and doing these things. And thought that this was pretty simple. I guess I'm not an engineer. That's why things that seem simple are not that simple. But I do think that from the appearance and from my looking at where the medical office should be, from what I see it from the street, the main street, I think that the position that we're suggesting now works well for an office. So it's like Val was saying, it's next to other commercial property, and it's actually more visible from the street, from the main street of Villa. And then the apartment, or I should say the sixplex, I mean, the other residential area will be more adjacent to other residential area. It seems to me like that makes perfect sense to be that way in that position. Of course, as far as the engineering and the space and all that, that's why Val and you guys are there. But just from the visual perspective, from someone coming in and someone walking out, and just the visibility from the street as a medical office, I think that this position seems to me to be really great for the visibility. The location also will be less disruptive as people coming in and going into an office, as opposed to having to pass the residential area to get to the office. Just the drive through to get in seems to be like a bit less disruptive. But I mean, you enlighten me on whether you think that is, I may be off, but really it seems to me, and I do have to stress that we're kind of like in a bind to do the medical office. I know that we kind of by different factors, kind of in a rush now. So.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who, is in favor of this project right now that would like to speak? Is there anyone opposed to this project that would like to? Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion.
A motion to close it.
All right, we got a motion, and sure one of y'all will second. We got a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Commission, please give us your thoughts on it. I kind of do understand that, I guess, the dimensional issues. Need that driveway with adjacent to those garages. 7 feet, 7 foot setback from the duplex, maybe a little short in my estimation, but I'd be willing to hear what staff and my commissioners think about that.
Hey, Phil, I'd like to jump in. Ben Hartman again. So I think after hearing Dr. Alvarez, I'm glad she shared her opinion, because I was wondering the same thing that she was just saying about visibility and, you know, being able to having to pass an apartment complex before you get to the medical office, and it kind of looks like it's kind of tucked away. So I appreciate her saying that, because that kind of confirms something I was thinking. But so I think it would be best to leave it as it is. But I think what we're looking at here is that we're looking at too many units on the property. I think 6 units is just, it's too much of a jump from duplex to 6 and then down to this tiny little building. So the form and the massing, which Brian was talking about, is like, you know, you have a tiny little duplex and then this monster apartment building and then a tiny little medical office. And so it's going to look a little weird. So I don't disagree that a multifamily use would be good there. I just don't think 6 units is gonna fit there and look good. You know, so I know they're not completely done with the architectural elements, but I do think those are lacking from like an aesthetic standpoint. But I think if we kind of if we looked at this and this was maybe just like a little fourplex, and then that was a kind of close to the same size as the medical office, you know, it would be a little more, it would look like it blended together better as we went down the road. So I did just kind of want to share that because I think that kind of solidified in my mind now that Dr. Alvarez did share her opinion of how she wants her business to be perceived.
Thank you, Ben.
That's all I had. Yeah.
I do have to, I kind of agree with you and at the same time disagree, because part of the medical office, you have to have enough parking space. So you cannot have a bigger building next to the setup of the sixplex because you need to allow for parking space. And that would allow, you can have, if you can think of a big structure, like say a ranch or a huge home that has a small area that is just the quarters for the in-laws, it can look nice. It's just a smaller building next to a larger building. And then the buildings next to it on the commercial side are actually small buildings. They're one-story buildings that are kind of on the lower scale. So you don't really want to do medical office that is too large next to those buildings that are commercial next to the main street. So I think to me, it doesn't seem like it looks odd. It seems like it's actually more in proportion to the rest of what's there already. Because the building next, that will be right next to it, is actually a small building. that is a commercial building. And then the one on the very corner is a one-story commercial. It's a larger as far as square footage, but it's a single story. So I don't think in my mind that it looks so big compared to this little one, because the other next to it is really little too.
Right, and I think, I don't know if you misunderstood what I was saying. I was saying, I didn't think that the medical office needs to be bigger. I was saying that the apartments or multifamily or whatever you're gonna do needs to be more in scale with the duplex, with your building, with the small commercial building there. So I think it needs to be shrunk down to 3 or 4 units so that it's more in scale and looks more similar in size to your building, your medical building. I wasn't saying make the medical building bigger.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying, and I understand that, but I mean, it's not a 6-story building compared to a one single story. I mean, it's only a 2-story. Have you been in a residential neighborhood? Our house is like a 2-story and next to a 1-story house. I mean, they're just large houses compared next to the smaller houses. It's not a huge difference because it's not a very tall building. It's what I see. And on the other hand, we have to consider that economics, also you want to maximize the space that you have there, the lot for, if we can, if it's not obviously too odd. And I can understand, I appreciate you, Brian, because I know that you've done a lot more of this. I'm just thinking to myself that, I see the neighborhoods as I drive, and they don't strike me as being so different when we have a 2-story next to a 1-story. We're not talking about 6-story building on a 4-story, or, I mean, it doesn't seem to me that it's that different as far as the size, anyways.
Yes, I do. You're correct that if you drive in a neighborhood and you've got 2 stories versus 1 stories, it doesn't look that different.
And if I can add, add to what she says, catty corner from the lot we're at, it's got a 2-story that would be relatively the same size as ours. And if you're looking at it from the street, it'd look the same either way. And there's
I guess I was
trees there
speaking
to
in
help.
I was speaking more in terms of volume. So like the simple fact that if you just had a 2-story, 2,000 square foot building, sure, it's going to be very comparable to the medical office. It just happens to be 2-story. But when you're saying what's the total square footage? I don't remember, of the apartment complex.
Close.
The square
Close,
footage
5,500. About 5,500.
That includes the garages.
Yes, that's the footprint.
That's the footprint, or that's the total square footage under roof?
Under roof.
And the medical office is 2,000? I'm talking about 2nd floor and 1st floor.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm talking about the volume of like I'm talking about both floors under roof to get a sense of the volume of the building. So it's 10,000 square feet is what,
So
if the footprint is
from the area
5,500.
perspective or the foot. Okay. Yes, 10,000 feet per 5,000 feet per level.
Floor. Right. So that's what when I'm talking about massing and scale, that's what I'm referring to, is that we've got a 2,000 square foot building on one side, a 2,000 square foot building on the other side, and a 10,000 square foot building in between them. That's what I was mentioning. Commission, please, I don't need to talk anymore. Commission, you guys can speak amongst each other.
Do we have a street view? A current street view?
Current street, like a lot now.
And while you're pulling that, just my thoughts are, I agree with the current layout as is, just duplex by duplex, then office space by office space. But I also agree with Ben with reducing the amount of units, possibly 4, maybe, just so it will, and that's why I want to see the street view to see how that would possibly look based on what's already there.
Okay, is anybody, much discussion, anybody have anything they like to talk about?
Agree with what Brian said early on, and Dr. Everett said a second ago. I don't think it's gonna look too far out of whack, especially if you fix the roof on the medical and leave the multifamily flat. As far as the fencing goes, I think the wood fencing would probably look nice, but I don't know that that's the way that it should be. I think maybe the masonry wall is probably the route to go.
I guess I had a question. I guess these 2 parcels, are they gonna be, is there like a replat for the multifamily, and it's gonna be a replat for the medical office building? It's gonna be 2 separate lots, just 1 lot.
Yeah, it used to be 2 lots, it was replatted 1 lot, and so it would likely be replatted back to 2 lots. Just for a practical business reason.
So it will be replatted to 2 lots?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't mean to kill anybody's dreams or anything. I really don't see it at that parcel, that, you know, the kind of the mixed use. Maybe on another parcel, but I don't see it from that street view. You know, how that's gonna match. You know, you got a 6-plex, then you got a small medical office building. I really don't see it on this parcel. Maybe another parcel, but I don't see it for this parcel. To me, I see, if you look at the street, I kind of see more duplexes there, and maybe the medical office at another site, or maybe, I guess like our plan was before, maybe all a medical office strip. I mean, to me, that probably look a lot better, but duplexes and a 6-plex and a medical office building, I don't see it right there for some reason. I just, visually, I don't see it. That's my opinion.
Corey, you got any words of wisdom? No? All right. So it kind of sounds like maybe we're all okay with the medical office. And like I said, it doesn't matter to me if we want to fit it on the north side of that lot. That's fine. Sounds like there may be some we need to have further discussion on what happens on the south side of that lot. Maybe at this point we do some, I don't know, if anybody doesn't have anything else, maybe someone could consider a motion to approve the medical and have them maybe work a little bit more, take what we've talked about and work on what happens on the south side of that lot. Maybe duplexes or 4-plex. I've heard some people say they might be okay with a 4-plex. Other people are talking about just doing more medical office or office there. I don't know, Brian, can we do some type of hybrid like that where they can start their planning on the medical office and maybe still be working on what happens on the other part?
Yeah, I think we would just kind of treat basically in the motion that, I mean, assuming you're okay with the wood fence, like the motion is basically accept everything is shown except for 6-plex related to just be discussed at a future date. Just to be clear, we're not approving the 6-plex related. So we don't need to they require them to put that fire lane between them and the duplex. Like that would be kind of related, we don't need to require that at this time. Should it go down a path of they get the medical office approved and they're built, but we haven't worked out the other part of the lot, they can still get a CO and occupy, you know, you just trying to think ahead a little. So just, if y'all are comfortable with the medical office on the north side, I think you would just make a motion to accept as proposed, but not approving sixplex and related. And that way, what I think that means is it's almost like you kind of have a concept plan for that part, as it were, to be determined, and the rest is a development plan. And I think as staff, I'll let Ben chime in if he disagrees, but I think as staff, we're comfortable with that. And again, I just think any feedback we can get the applicant, that ends up being the motion approved. Just so we don't spend any more staff time or any more applicant time if it's not something we're interested in. I mean, they seem to be very willing to try to do what we want. It's just, like I say, since we don't really do regular work sessions. I mean, I've only been here a year. I looked at cases. I tried to give guidance. Plus, we were on a really short timeline on this one. But yeah, I mean, you kind of pointed out, we've discussed fourplex, we've discussed more medical office. So I think it might be one of the things that would be helpful to know, really, you'll really start feeling the idea of apartments, or that you really feel it's more of a office, retail environment for that location. Maybe it's just too small a site, maybe it's too, like as Ben was kind of getting at, or what I thought I heard him say was, the sixplex is just a little too shoehorned in there.
Yeah.
And it needs to be smaller, but if it's too small, that may not work for the applicant, for their numbers are sensitive to that. We know they need to make money. So it's, any guidance you'll have, or the aesthetic, you know, about the pitch roof, the flat roof, or like the contemporary, you know, the applicant and their consultant kind of point out, validly so, they point out a lot of the surrounding existing form, and that's, you know, a very valid observation, not criticizing. But as I was kind of saying earlier, though, you know, this is also the Planning and Zoning Commission. This is also future forward. So we're not necessarily always looking to just replicate what we have today. Sometimes we want to push the edge a little and try to get something maybe a little more better for what's in our comp plan. So, you know, we've got stuff about livability, but like I said, maybe this site is just, you know, just as Derek was pointing out, maybe this is just not the site where it's sixplex in the medical office on that. Maybe it just doesn't work there. But it's not a sixplex, you know, I think it helps us maybe like, is there any real support for multifamily, whether it's a duplex or a quadplex even? Or you really just want to see more medical office. And so I think that would be feedback helpful to them. But the motion, if you want to make a motion, would just be approved as shown, excluding sixplex related. That means then you're approving that wood fence, just clear. You know, if you were to make such a motion, you'd be approving that wood fence. So if you didn't like what I just said as a motion, then you want to then say, you know, approving everything is shown, but not the wood fence, want the masonry wall, and excluding the sixplex related. So, and I think we're probably okay with any variations, setbacks, whatnot, landscaping. I don't think we were all too concerned about how that may shake out. I think we're covered with that. I'll think about make a motion.
Can I ask Mr. Parks, what would you like to see there?
I guess when you look, it's like the first idea, you know, I don't know, you know, as far as investment wise, you know, what are y'all trying to do, rate of return and things of that sort. I guess, could you make it all office, medical office at that location? Well, that's not feasible, or you want to be?
The thing is, there's so many vacant commercial buildings in the area,
right,
that we would, it'd be redundant to just have more retail or more offices. So we study the neighborhood. If Mr. Brian pans down to the south there, it just starts becoming 2-story duplexes in the area. So we went back to the drawing board after we had a 6,000 square foot commercial building designed and submitted, and realized that it's not feasible money-wise to do a 6,000 square foot building. So we decided to go ahead and just parcel it out and do a multifamily to fit the neighborhood. See, there's a 2-story duplex right there, and it's got a pretty good sized volume because the garage, it doesn't sit in underneath the roof, the main roof line.
I mean, could you
And
make
if you
the
just
whole
keep
parcel?
going all the way south, it's just duplex after duplex in
Right.
both directions. No, we would,
What
excuse
if
me?
What if you make the whole parcel, I mean, multifamily? I mean, could you do that, or is that not an option?
To
Make the
make the
parcel,
whole parcel, then
I mean,
the whole parcel would, so it'd be either an 8 or 10plex at that point. I
right,
mean, for
And
investment.
no medical office, there's no point. I mean, the one thing that I need to do just do the duplex and non-medical office, if you do the whole land
Well-
as that, then there's really no point. I really need the medical office now.
right,
And that, the other thing is primary, but I'm not an ophthalmologist or a dermatologist, I'm a pediatrician. So
right.
the pediatrician's income is not like what you're thinking a doctor's or it's an ophthalmologist. That's the whole point. We cannot afford a 7,000 or a 6,000 square foot medical office. That's just basically, if we had to do that, I couldn't practice there because it's just not possible.
Now, this is my opinion. If you do an 8plex, right, or I don't know what's the max, 8plex, right, residential. If you know residential is real hot right now, build residential and maybe do a medical office piece somewhere else. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's just my opinion. You know, like I said, if y'all want to get it approved and go from there, but that's just my opinion on it. I wouldn't do anything dealing with medical office right now at all.
And that's why we're proposing the multifamily on that one lot, and we're willing to subdivide the 2 lots. I mean, either way, if we do an 8plex, 6plex, or whatever size apartments, you're still going to be bordering a C1 business. So
right.
So I mean, it's just one building away from reasonable with the size of the lot relative to what's in the neighborhood.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, that's my opinion. I mean, you can dig deep, you know, you got my property. Like the lady was saying, if you don't make that much money, then you got property taxes, you got a lot of stuff that's coming your way too. This is just one of the pieces, dealing with these properties. So I assume y'all already accepted that and looked at all that, all your expenses and all that stuff. Because I mean,
Yeah, we looked. We did
taxes
our
are
homework.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
we
did
did.
some work? Okay.
Right. Yeah, we did our homework and we looked at all the viable options and
I mean, we
Sixplex.
started there and right now I would have lost the building probably. With the COVID thing, if we had done it, there's a reason that we had to hold off, God knows. Because, this is a lot, it's a lot. I can't afford a 6,000, 7,000 commercial building at this point.
Right. I mean, I understand, this is just my opinion too. You deal with these.
Yeah, I
commercial
understand
properties,
your
you gotta-
opinion. I'm just saying that, reality is reality. I wish I could have, I had the $2 million, I would build a huge, nice medical office. It's just
you're
need
right
to
about
get
that.
that lottery, then the $2 million.
$2 million, yeah. Yeah, I've seen individuals get into these commercial properties and, you try to lease it yourself, you try to do self-management, and a lot of times it just goes down a drain and you stuck with a big hassle. But hey, like you said, if y'all did the homework, I mean, hey, go for it pretty much.
I want to tell you though, that this lot is what's perfect for the practice right now, because I'm across the street leasing that is gonna be over pretty soon, on December 31st. And that's why it's across, it's very, very critical for me to just patients go across the street and not have to go across town to find me again. But,
Understood.
you know, that's really the ideal for me, but, you know, I might have been dreaming too much when I thought of asking for this.
Brian,
I
was there
mean,
any,
maybe I'm dreaming of Red Oak and I really, I don't know.
was there any feedback from the community at all, Brian?
No, I didn't get any feedback on it.
So, commissioners, if anybody else have any discussion, anybody want to try a motion on this item?
I'll take a shot at it. I motion to approve the proposal as is, excluding the sixplex.
Can you consider a fourplex?
I think at this point, yeah, at this point, it'll probably be the medical center at this moment. So I move to, I'm sorry?
Sorry to interrupt, but let's complete the motion. I think we've kind of ended the public discussion at this, so let's complete the motion.
And was this for a wooden fence or masonry fence? Did we agree on that?
I don't think we did.
I think you have to make a motion, I guess.
Okay, so I motion to approve the submitted plans as is, excluding the sixplex.
Do we have a second?
Second the motion.
Motioned and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All right, looks like the motion passes. Just kind of summing up, it sounds like there might be some appetite for a fourplex on that south side. I think it's I think people are still not convinced that multifamily's right there yet, but I don't think anybody was really wild about that sixplex idea. So, sorry, but I think that's just looking around the table. That's kind of what I'm seeing. So, you know, please think about what you might be able to get used there, and let us talk to staff and see if we can get something else built there.
Okay.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
No, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
All right, so now we are on to our consent agenda. Brian, do you need me to read all these items to the record, or?
No, you just the language on consent. Paragraph before you get to page.
Okay. All right, so next is the consent agenda. All items listed below are considered to be routine by Planning and Zoning Commission and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion of the items unless the commission or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered in its normal sequence. Approval of the consent agenda authorizes the administrative official or designee to place each item on the city council agenda in accordance with the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation. And those are going to be items J, K, L, M, N, O, and P. Is there anyone on the line that would like to contest any of those items? And is there any commissioner that would like to contest any of those items? Hearing none, I'm open to have a motion to approve the consent agenda.
A motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, we have a motion and someone will second it, I'm sure. All right, we got a second. All right, so all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, looks like the consent agenda was approved unanimously. Which brings us to adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Right.
No, let me do that, Will. Let me do that one.
All right, we are adjourned at 11:08.